Happy Friday, one and all. Gosh, I have some of the weakest ways to start a stream. You'd think that I would be pondering what I'm going to say before I say it, but no, usually there's always something that crops up that sets me back, and I lose track, and I have to figure something out on the fly, and it gets me all distracted and all in a tizzy, and then suddenly it's time to go, and so either I'm late or I just have to come out raw, and that's exactly what has happened today. So now that we've got that out of the way, hello, happy Friday. Inu, what is going on, sir? Welcome. Look who has emerged from the realm of obscurity, which sounds like something that actually would be in a Skyrim game, if I'm being honest. If we can have places like Elsewhere, we can have the realm of obscurity. I saw your message, sir. I saw your message. It's been a little bit of a whirlwind, kind of good, but just good, busy, but busy nonetheless. And I didn't want to just be like, oh yeah, hey, sounds good. Let me, whatever. I needed to think it, to think about it and think about like the involvement and everything like that. But, Baldric coming in a close second. 1 minute, Baldric. You were 1 minute away from making history. Well, I guess technically not. Honey Badger ruined it. Honey Badger, it is great to hear from you, but this is cheating of the highest order. Let's just make that known. It does work, so you can hop on here, Baldric, if you want to use this in the future. I hate the fact that's cutting my hand off, but I actually found out that I have to punch in on the camera, which really screws up the resolution. I don't want to go this big, but for now I will, and so it just, yeah. Yep, there we go. I just don't like having my hand cut off. We'll be punching out from the grandeur here shortly. But I had to press the crown. Oh yeah, wait. Well, no, yeah, Honey Badger was I guess, yeah, technically first. So I don't know if this will work, but I'm writing this at 9:30 on Thursday night. So here goes. I'll be at work tomorrow night, currently at work, but I will try to catch the stream then. If for some reason I'm unable, I hope it was a good stream and that you all had fun. Well, I appreciate that, Honey Badger. No, Baldric, it's an illusion. It's an illusion. He's actually not here right now, at least as far as I can tell. That was a message left 24 hours ago, or thereabouts. I guess 12, 10, I don't know. Yesterday, Thursday night. So, yeah, which is kind of cheating. So he's not actually not here. He's speaking to us from the future, or from the past, I guess. But I appreciate the sentiment, but that is hardcore cheating right there. So, I mean, if Baldric had, in fact, been able to squeeze out and got here like at smack dab at 3, still would have been second. Like, that's just not fair. But I appreciate the message being left. But just so you all know, you can do that. Once the stream is posted, or once it's posted that a stream is coming, apparently, I don't know what the cutoff is, but apparently you can certainly post, you can post in the chat before it even starts, technically. Maybe he just called me honey. Aww. Well, honey bee. You're his honey bee, whatever that means. Honey behind, honey bee. We don't know because it can't be Honey Badger, because if it was Honey Badger, you'd be talking to somebody else. So you're his honey bunny, maybe. There it is. Aw, he knew his Baldric's honey bunny. That's adorable. Slightly nauseating, but also adorable. Oh, you mean me? Well, you're the one who said hi, honey bee. Inu was claiming that was aimed at him. So yes, you were flattering Inu. You're so happy to see him. It's been so long that so we got two extremes. We have the devil incarnate that tries to rip the bowels out of Io on the battlefield and in the comment section. But then when it's Baldric, he's all tender and loving and mushy and whatnot. Oh, it's Inu. Yeah. Well, I guess that settles it then, Inu. He couldn't have been talking about you. He didn't even know it was you. But yes, so I am going to respond. I just need to sort through, because I've gotten in the habit of being so excited to be a part of things and to work with people and everything that I say yes. And then I try to figure out how it's going to work afterward. And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So I'm trying to, I'm going to be involved. I just don't know if I'm going to be a player or what. But I do think, you can correct me, but we can announce it here on the stream anyway. But I think it sounded like you said you actually had some players in mind. that we don't necessarily have to just put it on blast for, hey, whoever, that there are actually some people from Tesla that would be interested in playing, and to float it out to them first before kind of turning to the general audience. But you are the honey of my day. Whoa, wow, Baldrick. Wow. Well, then what the heck am I, huh? What kind of condiment can you make me that it can rival honey? The nature's natural sweetener. I mean, stevia. Okay, I'll just hand that to you. You can call me stevia. But boy, howdy. Honey of your... You didn't even know he was in chat until I told you who it was. And suddenly, he's the honey of your day. Well, fine. Hello, I'm Chopped Liver. Nice to meet you. Goodness gracious. My heart, my queen. Well, it is a pleasure to be chatting with you, gentlemen. This early. Sometimes it's 10 minutes in before anybody shows up. I'm like, oh crap, did I not announce it? Is Steve, like, what's going on? What's happening here? But I'm very glad to see you. You know what is going on? Like, so you now say, like, you mentioned, hey, I'm back, baby. So is it all the what do they say, irons in the fire that you had going, that those have been now removed one by one, and so now you just have a ironless fire that you can put new irons into? I'm really running with this metaphor here, but I just remember you had a lot on the plate. I think you still do, if I'm not mistaken. But I guess the big time sucks, or the big commitments that you had going have been settled. There's enough Enu for everyone, gentlemen. No need to fight. The mayo of your day? What, do you say mayo in Croatia, Baldrick? That struck me as like just a ridiculous American thing to shorten it out to mayo. I don't know if you're using my language, to try to relate to me as American, with our mayonnaise or mayo, put some mayo on that bread. Or if you genuinely, but if you're going to do that, you might as well say Miracle Whip. One, because Miracle does seem to describe me in some significant way, but also because Miracle Whip is mayonnaise, but with a little bit of flavor, whereas otherwise mayonnaise is just oil and water, essentially. Do you want grease smeared on your white grease? Do you want lard, slightly watered down lard, smudged all over your bread? Or do you want some tangy, zesty Miracle Whip? So, yeah. I'm trying to be one of the cool kids. Well done, sir. Well done. I did fancy you cool just now. I was like, damn. Maybe I was wrong about Baldrick this whole time, and he is one of the cool kids. Ugnip, hello. Good evening, sir. You know what? This is a good reminder. I'd forgotten to get that Humble Bundle that you mentioned last week. For those of you who don't know, Humble Bundle, he's probably going to put a link to it, but last I checked, it was, like, in my mind, the games that stood out was, it was pretty much, I mean, you got Mortal Kombat 11. That's not necessarily my series, but it'd be fun to futz around with a little bit. What was the game? Oh, Shadows of Mordor. If you like Shadows of Mordor, and there was like one Arkham game in there, there was like 50 games, $3,000 worth of games. But if you like three of the titles, or you're interested in three of the titles, which I kind of think I am, they're asking $25. I think the lowest you can donate is $7, and I think you can still get away with it. But $25, and you get it. At one point, those games were running $50, $60 just for the game. So anyway, but I think that goes until September 19th or August 19th. I don't know. Either way, Vincenzo, what's going on? Wait. He said, hello, Vincenzo, but I don't see Vincenzo here. Who are you talking to? Baldrick, you crazy man. Where's Vincenzo? What? Ugnip is not Vincenzo. DBZ is not Vincenzo. Who is Vincenzo? I mean, I know who Vincenzo is because it says it in his name. Baldrick, are you been at the ale again? You been at the Gaffer's Brew? Bet you have. No game night tonight, so you just got tanked before the stream? Denise, hello. Hello. Good to see you. How are you? I mean, again, I understand that's not a loaded question, but a conditioned question. Understanding that there is, that it's not an average day and an average week. Is it actually in here? Hang on a second. I don't think it's in here. Oh, no way. Hang on. I think I pulled the wrong manual. How to play. Oh, there's secrets. Nope. Wow. That is interesting to know. So, in the impetus for what I was going to talk about, which probably will never actually end up happening, but I did a little bit of prep, and I'd pulled. Oh no, okay, it is here. Okay, never mind. Object of the game description. Anyway, okay, there it is. I was a little confused there. Yeah, exactly. It's pure Legends right now, baby. This is nothing but the Legends. I thought since I had such a good start of not recognizing people, I might just go with the flow. It's good to be consistent, Baldric. It's good to be consistent. And the last thing I would want is for you to name some people correctly and not name other, because then people will feel bad. Like, why didn't you get my name right? So that works. That works. Now, Denise, that's revisionist history. That's revisionist history. You said that was that was Inu wanting to be called Honey, or saying he was being called Honey, because Baldric thought Honey Badger was here, because Honey Badger did, as you can see, leave comments. So Baldric was saying hello to a phantom Honey Badger who was here yesterday. So he erroneously said hello to Honey Badger, and then Inu was like, well, maybe he was saying hello to me. In which case, then we've got him having to figure out why he's calling, which, this is actually perfect. This is perfect. That's a retcon. Oh my gosh, you guys are brilliant. You orchestrated this, didn't you? I know you did. You guys are freaking, that's big brain stuff right there. You exactly illustrated what a retcon is and why it blows chunks. Because when you retcon something, you end up destroying a character, you destroy the plot, you destroy continuity, you ruin what you started with, or at least malign it. And so that's exactly what happened. Baldric tried to wait a minute. Who was it that tried to retcon this? Yeah, Inu. Inu tried to retcon it. So Baldric at the time thought he was greeting somebody who wasn't there. That's what actually happened. That's what happened in our story. Baldric thought Honey Badger was here and he wasn't. That's the story. Case closed. Inu comes and says, no, I'm going to retcon that story. Baldric actually wasn't saying hello to Honey Badger, because I want to change that. I don't want the character of Baldric to look like a schmuck here. So I'm going to say he was saying that about me. Oh, and then it goes, okay, well then why is he calling you Honey Bee? And then you have to go into this whole thing and figure out why he's calling me Honey or Honey Bee in order to make the retcon work. When you just say, no, that's just how the story was. And we just have to acknowledge, okay, and just say, well, no, he didn't get it. He didn't know what it is. I'm not picking on anybody. I'm just saying, but that's perfect. And that is why I despise retcon so much, because they're always destructive to the original material instead of the writers. And look, this applies, as the thumbnail would indicate, this is huge, for Lucas, but it's also Tolkien. Tolkien does this crap too, and it cheeses me off. And I'm like, you're better than that, Tolkien. I thought you were, but Tolkien, you understand, he was the first multiverse user. Not in the traditional sense. He did not create a multiverse, but what he expressly said was, I'm not writing a story. All I'm doing is compiling the stories from a bunch of different sources and putting them down. So I'm not saying that one source, that any of this is true. For all we know, the entire saga, the entire Middle Earth was written by a narcissistic hobbit who happened to know some lore from men and from elves and whatever, and wove it in there to give himself some credibility. And it's just a really narcissist, like Samwise. I guarantee you Samwise wrote it. And he could have, by Tolkien's own admission, Samwise could have been a narcissistic hobbit who wrote the entire damn thing to pat himself on the back, because he it comes out looking like one of the better ones. Comes out looking really, really good, and he did it just to pat himself on the back. And according to Tolkien, that could very well be true, because Tolkien doesn't hang his hat, doesn't say any source is actually authoritative. That's multiverse. That's so that Tolkien can fudge and do whatever the heck he wanted with characters afterward and say, well, no, it's just I'm just chronicling another source. None of this is official. None of it's canon. It's just this was taken from the writings of so-and-so who may have had a thumb up his butt, and who knows? He was the first one to pull that nonsense. And then DC and Marvel were like, oh, let's do that too. We'll do it multiverse so that nothing is ever actually true, so that we can just completely butcher our own story and continuity. And then you say, well, it happened in another universe. Anyway, let me catch up on chat because, let's see. Vincenzo, who is not yet here. Legends. Vincenzo is in our hearts. Okay, that's a retcon, but it's not a bad one. That actually, it doesn't ruin continuity from what happened before. So we can say that. But now you're doing the same thing that Obi-Wan did. I love this. You guys are great. You're doing the bull crap that Obi-Wan did. Well, what I told you was true from a certain point of view. No, you lied. But no, that's not even the truth. That's the thing. Obi-Wan is not a liar. Obi-Wan is not a bad person, but Lucas made him look like a dick because he didn't like because he couldn't figure out a way to make it work where in New Hope, Luke's father was killed by Darth Vader. That was the truth. That's what actually happened as far as the story knew. As far as the Star Wars universe knew, that's what had happened. But Luke is like, no, I want to make him his father. Well, okay, well, now how am I going to excuse that Obi-Wan flat out told Luke his father was dead? No, I'm going to, certain point of view. Well, Vincenzo's not physically here, but he's here in our hearts. Well, then you go, okay, well, then we got a laundry list of people who are here. Are we going to say hello to all of those people? Because all of them are in our hearts? When Obi-Wan tells Luke, well, the other he spoke of was your twin sister. Is that also from a certain point of view? Is she really his sister? Or is she just a gal who kind of was born at the same time and has some physical characteristics kind of look like Luke, maybe, sort of, kind of? And so from his point of view, that's his twin sister? I mean, come on. So talking about board games, guess what page just released? Table 2 Tag Team? Wait, what? Okay, for a second I thought that was Baldric. I was, wait. What are you doing, Baldric? Table 2 Tag Team with 2 spelled with 2 O's instead of a W-O. So it's like Table Also Tag Team. Wait, Tabletop Tag Team. Okay, all right. So we have a little bit of revisionism there. Hey, typos are fine. Look, we all make mistakes, but we've got 2 lauded writers and creators of a big chunk of our content that we watch that were god awful when it came to continuity and retconning their nonsense. Yeah, that was a play, and you got it. I know. Y'all are very clever. I only just finished the extra. Nice, Denise. Is that in-house, or did you have a gym that you go to? Or do you have a stationary bike that you have taken the clothes off of because it was a clothing rack? And I can say that because that's exactly what I've done recently. I had a Schwinn stationary bike, magnet thing or whatever. And for the longest, I didn't actually hang clothes on it because I couldn't bring myself to do it because that's the stereotype or the cliche or whatever. And I couldn't bring myself to be one of those. But it did get dusty with no use for like the past year, and I just now dusted it off. So is it in home? So you can just, is it in your garden sanctuary? That'd be pretty cool. I'd probably get hot in there though. I cannot see any honeybee comments. Oh, you can't. Interesting. Okay. There is a okay. So maybe that's interesting. I wonder why I have it on live chat. So, and I thought maybe I could only see them, but again, Baldric saw it. Maybe it goes away after. It is separated. There's 3 Honey Badger quotes or posts, and then there's the welcome to live chat. Remember to guard your privacy, which is when I entered. Yeah, maybe it expired or something after a certain amount of time. He wrote it on Thursday, Denise, and it's the top message. By the way, this is Board Game Bundle. By the way, this is Board Game Bundle, brings you your favorite physical games to life with dynamic digital editions. Pay what you want for the very best from Direwolf and Marmalade. Oh no. Eliza, did you get that there? I'm pretty sure Marmalade is not actually in. Is that true, Ugnip? Did you add Marmalade for a little Eliza flavoring? Because I can't think of another time in the universe when the word marmalade is used other than the dog for that particular character, that sidekick dog thing, and when Eliza misremembered the dog sidekick thing as Marmadalia or whatever it was. So I don't know if you added that for flavor, if that actually is that actually like Direwolf? There's actually a company out there or a developer called Marmalade. Direwolf has some great games. Dune Imperium is really god. Wow. That's invoking deities, Baldric. That is impressive. You know, I remember a time where we didn't have this many typos in chat. I think y'all aren't giving it your best. You're kind of phoning this in. Literally, you may be typing on your phones. We didn't used to have this. This is rampant now. I'm getting 2 instead of top. I'm getting God instead of what I imagine is good. What is going on here? I am on phone and scrolling to top. No comment from yesterday's shows. Wow, interesting. That one is not a good. Here we go. But what's up, Eliza? I don't know if you were able to see the comment, but yes, Ugnip did toss some marmalade in there. I believe it was a shout out there. But welcome. I have a lot of exercise equipment at home, and I'm laughing as I have never used it as a clothing rack. We have over-the-door hangers as extra storage. Well, that's the thing, Denise. Other people do too. They have walk-in closets. It's just because it happens to be sitting in the middle of the room, and it's like, well, it's there, and it's got a bunch of like prongs and little hooky things and whatever's. It's great for draping stuff over. You want to air out your laundry, whatever. Why go somewhere else when you just flop it on there? That's what I've heard anyway. I don't see too many people do that. Maybe more with treadmills than bikes, which I don't understand. But anywho, but that's good. That's good. Yeah, marmalade. No, No. What was it originally? It wasn't marmalade. It was marmalade or marmalade. There was a vowel and a consonant that were grossly maligned, and it made it actually a very funny derivative of marmalade. The top message for me shows Inu saying hello to you. I won't scroll beyond that on my. It won't scroll beyond that. On my, interesting. I wonder if that's a phone thing. Inu saying hello to me. Okay, well, no, I mean that's, yeah, that's really weird. Like I said, like that. That is the first comment that showed up after I got here, but somehow Baldric, who came in 2 minutes later, was able to see the honey badger deals. Okay, well, quirky if nothing else, I guess, right? It was marmalade in the parallel universe I grew up in. Facts. See, again, here we go. This was the perfect conversation for today. We were just talking about retconning our own freaking chat, for crying out loud, and now we got Eliza. Well, she's not doing it now. She was doing it before. Retconning. But no, we don't want to say it's a retcon because, you know, that has a negative connotation. And it was, oh no, it's in an alternate universe. Now we're going with the Marvel and DC debacle of the multiple universes and dimensions and whatever, which is just lazy writing. Like, I mean, gosh, is there a series out there? Is there anything out there that actually did multiverses because they had a good story to tell with it and they were able to wrap it up and it wasn't just a lazy brained way of being able to bastardize their own stories and not have to worry about continuity? Does that even exist? Or can we just agree that anytime we hear the word multiverse or multidimensional whatever, that it's just, dug ourselves into a corner. Let's just try to get ourselves out in the most cool sounding but ridiculous way possible. Yeah, it's the phone chat disappearing thing. Oh, that is a thing, huh? Oh, okay, and there is a Marmalade game studio. Here, let me shift over here a little bit. This is great. It seems like I'm moving, but I'm actually not moving at all. Whoa. Look how active I am. Moving like that. Quite dexterous. Woof, woof. Yep, okay, there is a Marmalade Gaming. Look at that. Exploding Kittens. Well, Ugnip, I don't think we're going to make any friends with that one. Far too many people here like such things. Although we know certain people, think cats are they're only cool when they're like dogs. But we'll open that one. Let me buff this up a little bit. Well, maybe we don't need to go that big. Y'all can see it. There we go. So there's actually a company called Marmalade. That's good to know. I thought you were just throwing that out there. We believe you, Woody. It's an actual marmalade person. Wait, what? That was it. Hey, good pull, Baldrick. I think that was it. Marmalade. I think it was marmalade. Marmalade. It was something like that, but I think there was another M in there. But it was something along those lines. The comment is gone for me too. It got cast into time. Hey, there you go. That's a good Legend reference. Macro, what? Macro, seriously, dude. Somebody mentioned there was oh gosh, I apologize. I'm not even gonna say it's Iran, right? It's Iraq or Iran. It's been so long. I know they're completely different places, totally different places. I'm not saying it's just been so long. I remember you pointing out to me the way to pronounce it is E, and then but I think it's Iran. Anyway, it came up in the news, and I was like, oh my gosh, it would sound like there was some stuff going down. I was like, you know what? I never, when somebody didn't show up for a while, like Enu hadn't been here for a while either, and I'm just like, he's just living his best life, and that doesn't include me for whatever reason. But with you, that's what I assumed. And I was like, you know what? The world is a fickle place. The world is a dangerous place. And it's actually possible that we're not hearing from Macro because he may not be doing okay. Like I knew there were times where you're like, hey, don't say this part out loud. And I'm like, it all came flooding back. I'm like, damn, I hope he's really okay. So it's actually, I'm happy to see you. And I'm also relieved, to be quite honest, because it has been a minute. As the young kids would say. Do they say that now, or is that did that get replaced by cap? No cap. I hate that. God, it's so disgusting. If the word live was longer and it needed to be abbreviated and you want to go with that, okay, but just pulling words out of our butts for no good reason. And now we have multiple words like, oh, I'm going to put on my cap. No cap. Wait, no, what do you mean no cap? No, I'm saying don't lie. I thought you were saying no hat. Well, no. Anyway, old man yelling at people on the porch. Here we go. But yes, indeed, I am George Lucas, and I am in the chat, and also our hearts. Well, George, I've got a few things to say to you, sir. Actually, no, I don't. You probably heard it all before, read it online. You don't need to hear what I have to say. You know what you did. All of it. Until you're willing to say you're sorry. But you can't. It's been done. I'm sorry. But yes, it's like poetry. It just rhymes. You being in our hearts and all. Michael Bailey, hello. Yo, I was watching Daryl suffer in Assassin's Creed 1. Hey, good. Oh, so he is back in the game. Was it? Oh no, it was Thin White Duke who said he was going to stick to Legends or stick to Elder Scrolls. I remember we had that. He brought me on as a guest. We were talking about that, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do exactly, but I'm going to whatever it is going to have to do with Legends." But I'm a little surprised because Daryl was also like he was all in on this not Skyrim, Elder Scrolls, right? Like that was his whole thing. Like he had the video on Merak and all those other kinds of things. So anyway, I'm glad he's branching out. I'm glad he's doing some stuff. And Assassin's Creed 1, I've never played that myself. I mean, that thing is what, 300 years old? Like maybe 25 years or something? It came out on the PlayStation 2? Maybe? Hard to believe it would come out on the one. Oh, maybe Dreamcast. A lot of stuff came out on the Dreamcast that later became pretty big. Oh yeah, they made exploding kittens. Yeah, clearly. We could find out more if we wanted to. And to be fair, that is okay, they say it's a cat, but it's saying wolf wolf. So maybe it's not so much of a cat and more of a dog that just has pointy ears, and because cats are usually adorable. That's not adorable. That looks like a dog to me, but whatever. Unstable unicorns. I like the alliteration. Why weren't they the exploding elephants or the kind kittens? Well, Jim Lee, love him or hate him, the man was committed to alliteration. He took alliteration, he embraced it, he made out with it, and he ran with it, and every character practically in his that he ever created was just an alliterative literary masterpiece. A pack of Smash? I'm glad you specified Ugnip because I have no clue what that is. It sounds dangerous. I would say let it chill for another 9 hours if it's called Smash. If it's called Slap or Squish, probably now. But Smash, no, you give that some more time. Happy to say I turned 18. Hey, I can officially legally buy stocks, drink, screw, and everything in between. Well, congratulations, Macro, and happy birthday. Recently, relatively anyway. So sometime, in theory, in the month of August, Macro became a man, according to the eyes of the law anyway, in his country. And I mean, it happens to be also here as well in the States. I think there are some of those things you can do younger in Europe, perhaps. To be fair, the screwing is, I mean, they do sex ed at like 13 years old now. To teach you like what not to do. That's brilliant. That always works well. Hey, this feels really good and it's really, really awesome, but don't do it until you can be responsible. That always works. That's morons. Anyway, so I mean, obviously, age disparity factors in, but it's really hard. It's a hard sell when you're pitching it at the age of 12 and 13. But anyway, congratulations. And welcome to technical adulthood, my friend. You certainly have enough worldly wisdom and savvy to have been. I thought you were like only 16 though, at one point. Well, I guess you were at one point, just not when you knew me. You've been 17. Yeah, no, I guess maybe it is 17. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, congratulations, my friend. That is a lot of unlockable. Well, what do we call that? Like like in an RPG. It's not behind a paywall, but it's like it's like you unlocked level 18 you unlocked like 25 things, which is awesome. The only thing in America after 18, I believe, 21 is 21 is drinking here, isn't it? Yeah, you can do pretty much anything at 18. Drinking is 21. And then renting a car is 25. You have to be 25 years old to legally rent a car. I don't know if they've changed that since, but that was the last thing to look forward to when you were aging, when I was growing up. Like after 21, I was like, okay, now it's just nothing but responsibility. You got all the perks. Now it's just the responsibilities get more and more and more. But wait, in 4 more years, I'll be able to rent a car and not have to have my parents sign for it. Very strange. Marvel has a multiverse so writers can do self-conscious stories. That is to convert more people to Norwegian food depravity? I don't know. Michael, originally, they have admitted that at least I think it was Marvel maybe it was DC. One of them actually just outright admitted we had like all these different like origin stories for the different characters. Like they'd essentially written multiple different versions of the characters without realizing it or without caring. And so they had to make it work somehow. So they did the Crisis of Infinity Earths where they killed off a bunch of different versions and whatever. I mean, they admitted outright that it was just a continuity problem. They just haven't fixed it. Like they keep doing it. And then because it exists now, they could just be like, oh, well, this is, so I don't know. They may be using it as an excuse to do that. I just find it a very tedious gimmick. But I mean, who knows? Maybe there is some merit to it. I'm not the target audience for that kind of thing. So I guess that's what I can say. My cat sat for treats and acted like Eliza, I didn't even say your name. Why are you being all defensive? I just said some people. And you gave me all caps side too. That's pretty messed up. My cat sat for treats and acted like a dog, and it was cool. And also she acted like a kitty, and it was also cool. Okie dokie. Now that's not how you say it. No. Aussie. Y'all don't say okie dokie. That's an American thing. You say like Wally wingbats or something like that. I know you do. Don't try to go American on me. I know darn well that is not, you wouldn't say okie dokie. I mean, it kind of does sounds Canadian cross Australian a little bit, because it's got a little bit of that okie dokie, the loonies. I'm talking about the money, not like crazy people. You wouldn't know that though, because in Canada they make no such distinction. I don't know. What do you call lunatic? Well, I mean they're spelled differently, but if you're like, there goes a loony. Well, actually they don't speak like that. Canada, well, there goes a loony. Are like, if you say that in America, it means there goes a crazy person. All right, there goes a loony. We wouldn't call them that, but that's the closest you'd get. Whereas if you're in Canada, you don't know what they're saying. Is it the like a dollar bill, or a piece of money is floating down there, or is it a crazy person? You don't know. It's ambiguous. I'm just saying, you seem very, very defensive, Denise. Not Denise. I'm sorry, Eliza. I was just saying it out there, just putting it out in the universe. I don't know. You are ensuring you don't see him again for a bit. You have a right to be uncertain between Iraq with Iran, because I mentioned Iraq was toying with our power sources. So yeah, there we go. So it is Iraq. Okay. Yeah, I mean, but I remember we had that session where you were like, oh, by the way, it's pronounced E this, and I was like, okay, so I knew, but I was like, Iran doesn't sound right, but I couldn't remember. So Iraq, yes, you are Iraq. I will. How am I I got to do mind memory palace thing. Okay, that's. So based on your comment, never mind. I got there. I'm just not going to tell you the path that I took. Yeah, so Macro, just out of curiosity, man, if you're still there, like, what do you like? So here, the tradition per se, if you want to call it that, the usual thing that most kids end up with here on a birthday, anywhere from, I don't know, 3 to 15 friends, depending on popularity or desire for the amount of a large group of people. You have a certain amount of friends. They bring gifts, unlike hobbits, who actually the groom the birthday person actually is the one giving the gifts. But anyway, they bring gifts. Usually nothing too expensive. Probably today between $15 and $30-$40. So not like a video game, but maybe a Blu-ray or something. And you have cake, various kinds, ice cream, cake. I'm not going to go through all the different kinds of cake, but usually there's a large pastry of some kind, usually accompanied by frozen milk of some kind as well, ice cream. There's games. I don't know if they do those anymore. Sometimes they have them at a place like Chuck E. Cheese, where or like a youth focused or centric establishment, a place that is there for kids, like bouncy houses, bouncy castles, trampoline parks, water parks, things that kids would normally frequent, or you can have it at the house. And yeah, so there's gift giving, there's sweets eating, and there's hanging out and just kind of messing around. Usually like in the backyard. My nephew just had his birthday, and that's pretty much what they did. They all came over and kids went in the backyard. Parents kind of hung out in the inside when it was nice and air conditioned, but we had like a little mini water park, like a little splash pad and a little pool and everything. And the kids just kind of, just frolicked, and they brought little gifts, and we had cupcakes and whatever. Anyway, so I'm just curious, because I don't know, like in Iraq, what is the birthday tradition? I think it's not bovine. I can't remember. It begins with a B though. Anybody remember? It's not Baldric. Baldric is here. I can't remember his name now, but there's a gentleman who was coming in, and he's got the cow icon, and they actually got cows. I think it was for his 18th birthday. He actually got a legitimate cow. Like that's the thing. When you turn 18, you get a cow, and you can either eat it, have it as a pet, whatever you want to do, but you get a cow. So all over the world, it's very different. So I was just kind of curious. Merry stuff to you too. Oh, that's just very, very generous. It's a cat that talks like a dog. Oh gosh, that was horrible. Mea culpa, y'all. You shouldn't have had to hear me say that. Well, I know in Snatch. He says dags, but that's not. Oh, Australian. As a dag. Dog. I don't know. Anyway, the job thing is still, I mean, I just finished doing some data entry for one of the jobs. It's still very much in flux, Macro. I can't cross the hump where it's like, okay, bam, I've locked it down. We're good to go. It's still doing this. Some weeks, it's like, bam, I got it. If I could just have another week like this, I'm good to go. And then I never have another week like that. And it's a mess. So I'm doggy paddling. I am not swimming. I am doggy paddling, staying afloat, but not really getting anywhere. It's a cat that talks like a dog. That's not a thing, Eliza. You're making that up. That's some weird multiverse stuff. Why unicorns? Because they're unicorns. I'm just saying we need to have the alliteration to go through. Call them something unicorns, undoing unicorns, or undulating unicorns. I don't know if that's a naughty thing or not, but that's my only thing. We can have unicorns. They just, they need to be, the alliteration needs to be there. That's all. There's a lot of versions of Exploding Kittens. There's a reskin Exploding Minions from Despicable Me. I'm trying to find that one for my sister. She loves them. I think they would be fun to watch them explode. Yes, Michael Bailey, I did. I'm sorry. Yes, I did. How far behind am I? 10 minutes. Yes, I read. Well, Eliza actually worked and arranged it. She, thanks to her efforts, I was able to hear it. I was an Audible thing, a book. It was read to me, not me personally, but it was read. But yes, I read it, and boy howdy, I will say, I don't think I've ever read a book with that much character from the narrator. Like, that was incredibly entertaining. The fact, and spoiler alert for anybody, I mean, it's not a spoiler alert, really. It doesn't spoil the story. It just kind of spoils the opening. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, so I'm going for, I walk and listen. So I was doing my 3-mile walk as I'm listening. And I'm listening to this thing when he's talking about it's not the deliverer. What does he call it? Deliberator. I think that's what he's called. The Deliberator. And he's going through this whole thing, and I'm like, damn, this guy, he sounds like a, Terminator kind of deal. Like, he's a badass. He's got a gun. He's got swords, all this kind of stuff. Like, I'm going over it, I'm just like, man, this, like, and I'm starting to, at one point I started to go, okay, wait a minute. Like, okay, is this like a tax collector guy? Like, this can't just be like a bounty hunter. This is not like a Boba Fett character. This is not quite what it's being pitched as, but I had no idea what it was actually going to be. And I have to say, thank you, by the way, for that. In the middle of a freaking fast, you have me read a book where the entire first, 4 chapters are all about freaking food delivery. But anyway, but no, very, very distinct voice. Incredibly distinct. I loved it. It was just entertaining just hearing him talk about stuff, like just introducing a character, just introducing a concept. It was just had so much volume. Very, very entertaining. Very entertaining. Sex ed should be like in Mean Girls, the male gym teacher getting up and shouting, "Don't have sex because you will get pregnant and die." I never saw that, but hey, you know what? Oh, no, sorry, that's Eliza. Yeah. I mean, maybe we dial it back just a little bit, but yeah, I just don't, because they say it'll happen one way or the other, but it's like, I don't know. Obviously you'd have to have 2 different parallel worlds. One where you advertise it, tell people how to do it, tell them how good it is, and then also tack on, well, you can get pregnant, but blah, blah, whatever else. And one where they just say, you know what, that's just something adults do when they're ready to start a family. And until you're ready to do that, don't do it, because it'll drain your bank account. It's going to bring all kinds of problems. It's a high risk, low reward situation. Not a great thing. We'll talk about it when you're capable of handling something like that. Kids will still do it, but you'd be hard put, I would say, to argue that it would be more rampant than it is now. Because it's just a thing. Like, well, I eat, I breathe, and I screw. Like, that's just what I do. That's what human beings do. That's what we're here for. It's like, no, off on the wrong foot. But anyway, I know, but I never saw Mean Girls, so I'd be curious to see that scene. It is a funny quote, regardless. Obviously, it's supposed to be extreme. Feels so weird to me that the U.S. can drive with 16, buy legally with 21. In Austria, you can legally drink beer or with 16, but need to be 18 to drive. So, well, hang on. So, but here, well, it is weird, Inu, but I would say this. Now, again, I'm not an apologist for the way America does things. Like I said, I think the metrics, there's a bunch of changes I think that it would have that would align with some other places in the world. But in this, I would say, to me, it kind of makes more sense where it's like, learn to drive. You are able to drive first and you're not allowed to drink in theory. Now, I mean, most kids I know, they were drinking before they were freaking 16 anyway. But in theory, it's saying learn to drive first and then later you gain the ability to drive. Whereas, so in theory anyway, by the law, you can't be learning to drive and drinking at the same time unless you learn to drive later on in life. But as a 16-year-old, getting your you learn this permit at 15 to 16 years old, you are not supposed to be touching any alcohol. You're supposed to be learning to drive without alcohol. Whereas if you can drink at an age before you can drive, then in theory, you could be by the law learning to, I don't know. Either way, they're not a good mix. We know that. But yeah, but it is interesting. So you can legally drink beer at 16, but need to be 18 to drive. I mean, I will say now I will say this, drinking is far easier to do than driving. So from that perspective, I can see it makes more sense that, yeah, why wouldn't you be able to drink? And either way, bad decisions will lead to other people dying or being hurt. So it's, you know, but I think I see what you're saying. Like, driving is far more complicated than drinking. I think the idea is just, in theory, you can make, well, but even at that point, even if you were to say, in theory, it's 21 because you can make better decisions at that age. Well, then why would you let them drive at an age that you don't think they can make good decisions at? Although I will say, I mean, you know, I grew up, you know, I did driver's ed at 15 and a half through phys ed. Actually, our physical education was broken into phys ed, health, and driver's education. So it was actually paid for and handled through the school. We had to drive Crown Victorias, which, if you don't know, 1989 Crown Victoria. Yeah, that's what we got to learn to drive in. So the idea being, I mean, this wasn't the idea. This is just what we got. They were taxi cabs and cop cars that were like past their prime, and they were just given to the schools. If you can learn to drive that boat, if you can handle, you can go in, you know, in and out of, you know, cone, you know, weave between the cones. You can parallel park that big old thing. You can handle anything. My car after that, the car that I actually started driving after that was a Pontiac Bonneville, and that was a boat too, but it wasn't as big as that thing. That was a monstrosity. But I think it's good. Like, again, learn to, if you can handle a big heavy car, all that momentum, all that extra weight, all that, you know, you really got to be able to use your mirrors and everything. Then you can hop into a, you know, little BMW M3 and live life to the fullest. Unstable unicorns. Yes, there you go. That's the alliteration I needed. I missed that. I apologize, Eliza. You nailed it. So unstable unicorns, yes. As long as we got the alliteration, I'm fine with the unicorns. So we got the unstable unicorns. Or the unique unicorns. Although that doesn't sound very exciting. Then he hands out condoms. Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. Well, yeah, that sounds about right. DC is Crisis. Marvel has a multiverse since like the 80s. Right. I would be very skeptical, Michael. I'm not saying it's, because I don't know. I'm not an expert in it. I would just be very skeptical that Marvel had the foresight to create a multiverse to provide for more in-depth storytelling and didn't do it because they also had some kind of crazy continuity with, I mean, because they had the same issue. Nah, no pun intended. I mean, you had characters with different, even now we still have characters with different, you know, stuff. But yeah, I mean, I know Crisis of Infinite Earths was DC, but I thought Marvel had the same issue. Could be wrong. Maybe it was just big brain on their part, but I still think it's like it doesn't help like the movies that have that in there. They're some of the worst ones. They're just lazy. Its intentions, we'll put it this way, the intentions of the multiverse may have been very good, but the people that are stewarding them or the custodians of it now, it's just an excuse for lazy BS writing. And there's no stakes. There's zero stakes. If you have, multiverse where, oh, this character died. Oh, guess what? It was in a different universe, or it's a different thing, or we can go back in time and reverse it all. Then who cares? Who cares? Oh, character died. Bring him right back. I mean, DC, when they brought back Superman, like when they killed Superman, the comics got my attention for the first time in like 20 years, which that's not true because I wasn't even that old. But I was like, whoa, the stakes, there's actually stakes. Like things actually happen. Superman actually had to truly sacrifice, put his money where his mouth was, and actually do something. Like watching him as a child, watching Superman, your bullets bounce off. Oh, that's really cool. But when you get older, you're like, yeah, big whoop. Congratulations. You are a big, brave man who went up against 25 gunmen because they can't hurt you. But him fighting Doomsday to the death, that was a big deal. They brought him back. Goodbye. Screw you guys. Like, it's worthless. It's absolutely worthless. They're okay. I don't know. It just, let's see. Some people, are you attempting to gaslight me, sir? No, madam. I got you that time. Yes, indeed. This kitty has claws. Arf, arf. Maybe shout it out in the break room. Exactly. Oh, people will know. You cannot keep it hidden forever, Eliza, that your roots are on Australia. I will make it known. The power of the words compel you. But no, not attempting to gaslight. I mean, I legitimately said some people. Legitimately. That's true. I said that. You are the entertainment there. Exactly. No, she is. The birthday tradition has migrated to Baghdad since the 80s, so it's exactly like in the US. Don't worry. I wasn't worried. I was actually would have been happier if it was different. I like, look, there are some things that I would say are objectively better. Like, I can't even think of anything right now. I'm not even going to worry about it. But like, there are some things. But for everything else, I kind of like the idea that there's a different way of custom of doing things. It blew my mind when I'm watching K-dramas and I'm seeing people in Korea celebrating Christmas. And maybe it shouldn't have blown my mind. It just didn't strike me that Korea would celebrate Christmas. I think that's an import. I think we got it from Europe, or we got a version of it from Europe, I believe. And obviously in Germany, y'all got Krampus and all that weird nonsense. But we didn't, I mean, it's over here, but we didn't bring that, like that wasn't hand in hand over here. But I believe Santa and Krampus are both kind of, I don't know about celebrated, but they're both given the spotlight at Christmas time. We had coal in the stockings, but that's as dark as we went when it came to Christmas villains. Or maybe the Grinch, but even his heart grew 3 sizes that day. But like South Korea, I'm like, really? Like, I would have thought they had their own. I mean, like, you have Chinese New Year. I think it's fireworks. I don't know exactly what it is. But anyway, bottom line is, it doesn't make me happy, neither sad. If there was a custom that was replaced, it'd be like in South America or Latin countries, I believe. Not all of them, but many of them, you have like the quinceañera. Maybe it's just Mexico. You have the quinceañera, where it's like the 15, a girl turning 15. I think it's just the girls, not the guys. I think it's just the girls, but like turning 15, it's a special celebration. We don't have that here. I don't understand the full history of why 15 is a big deal. Maybe that is their coming of age. I don't know. But it's a different thing. It's a whole big celebration, Cinderella dress and all kinds of shenanigans and stuff. So, and then of course, Jewish folks, they've got the bar mitzvah, a bat mitzvah. It's its own thing. So Macro, if you had something like special that went down on the 18th birthday or even just on birthdays, it would have been cool to hear about it. That's all. So I wasn't worried. I was just curious what, if there were any differences or if it was just kind of the same deal. It's becoming less mind blowing now, but for a while it was just anytime I heard that any other part of the world did it the way we do it, or that we do it the way, however it works, whoever did it first, that there's that much overlap. It was cool, but it was just like, I never thought of it there. I didn't It's like now, granted, I don't think you have a McDonald's over there. We talked about this. You don't have a McDonald's where you live, but like you do have some other similarities. But like, if I think about like the Middle East, if I think about Dubai, I don't think about people wearing jeans. I would just be, what? I expect them to be wearing the flowing robes and maybe, a business suit like I've seen in my mind's eye. That's a thing. But like seeing somebody walk around in denim and cowboy boots would be like, what? But I'm sure that happens. They may be tourists, but anyway. Let's see. A cow as a gift would be pretty. Yeah, and macro. It's a big. That kind of blew my mind. Oh, Elijah, goodness gracious! it's been panda. Now she wants a cow. Goodness gracious! I want one of those. I want a cow. Cows are ugly. Look, okay, no, just in case. Bovine. No, it's not bovine. Doggone it. I cannot remember his name now. It's been a while since he's been on. Since he's been here, but I would know it when I saw him, of course, because he does have the little icon. Okay, I don't see it here. But I mean, look, the panda I get. The panda is, a little fluffy ball of a discoordination, which isn't a word, but a panda would use that word if they could speak. They just kind of fall over and trip over themselves and eat and poop and all that kind of stuff. They're cute, whatever. They're fuzzy. But cows, like they are utterly, I got no other puns. I just don't think of them as like a cuddly. They got bony butts and big. I don't know. I don't know. But you are correct, Macro. Like that kind of blew my mind. I'm like, that's a heck of a gift. Like that. I mean, that's like I know what we pay for like quarter cows, half cows here. But like, yeah, to actually like have a legit cow, that's a pretty big deal. It's pronounced dog. Thank you, Eliza. Helpful as always. I appreciate your insight and helpfulness. I got 4 minutes until the break's over. I kid. But that's actually pretty darn funny. It's pronounced dog. Thank you. It's yes. The limitations of the written word. I like those hairy Highland cows. Yeah, it would have to be one of those. If I'm gonna say I want one, it's got to be hairy. It's got to be a hairy cow. I can't do just your standard garden variety cow. They just kind of, I don't know. There's a verse in the Quran called The Cow. I sent a narrator to his house to read it to him. True story. Indeed. It was a bit awkward at first. Yeah, stealth pizza delivery truck. There you go. Yeah, I didn't want to say it out loud if you didn't want to spoil it for folks. But yeah, like the deliverator, I believe, again, that was his name. Like, just very clever way of saying it. But yeah, the whole thing, and you find out it's a dude who just delivers pizza and how big of a deal pizza delivery is. It really does. It does a very good job of being tongue-in-cheek. I guess maybe that's not the right word to say, but where it's got a lot of gravitas and there is a plot. I will say towards the end, my only thing is it does bog down for me towards the end when we just get these, I don't know how many pages it would actually be, where he is, I mean, he's got a great brain, like the writer, I can't remember his name. But the way he tries to intertwine biblical stuff and history and mathematics and physics, all these things together to kind of create this not false history, but kind of like the fantasy history or the fantasy backdrop is brilliant. It's very, very smart, but it is a lot. It's like an exposition dump at the end. It's like there were just blocks of time where it's like, he is just literally just writing out, this is my theory, but it's through a character talking, but it was, and I mean, he does have like that artificial intelligence butler kind of guy, the Ask Jeeves kind of guy who it's like, would bounce things off of. That would be my only critique of it or criticism, is that it does that and then it just ends. Now, granted, I would say it's a satisfactory ending. It's not like a cliffhanger, really. It's a satisfactory ending, but like there's no cool down. It's just boom. Usually it's like intro to stuff, rising action. Well, no, it's intro, something, rising action, climax, something, and then something. There's at least one step after. It's been a while since I've looked at the anatomy of the story, but usually there's like a step or two after the climax. This was pretty much climax, boom, it's done. So it was abrupt. I wouldn't call it unfinished, or not in a bad way, but you just kind of like, okay, like a little epilogue or something, and so, which I guess maybe we're not supposed to care as much, I guess. But like I said, that wasn't bad. It was a bit like, whoa, okay, we're done. But yeah, it was just, I think that last, I don't know, we'll say eighth maybe of the book was just a lot of like just pure, this is how everything ties together. Like, which, I mean, it's not bad. It's just, if you're kind of like, at that point, like I've shifted into narrative gear. Like I want more of like story and character progression versus just kind of now the backstory and stuff that I kind of already fleshed it out at one point. Like there was a point where I feel like I understood it well enough to understand what it was up against or what the stakes were or what have you. But then it was like, but here's some more detail. I was like, okay, like that's cool. But like that would be if I was actually just, like if I was to reread it, I would be like flipping through those pages because it's an interesting concept, but to the extent that it impacts the story and impacts my understanding of what the characters are and their motivations and what's actually happening behind the scenes, I only need a general overview. It's good that he put the details in there. It gives it some, some body to go, oh, that's really interesting and kind of cool. But again, at that point, I'm in narrative mode. I want more story and not so much of the brainy stuff. But that's because that's how my mind works. But other than that, great read. I can write I keep calling it Snowplow. Snow Crash. Recommend it, folks. I don't know. I don't know if I'd call it gratuitous. I was about to say it's safe for all ages or good for all ages. I will say there's a sex scene in there that does get moderately. No, it does get pretty graphic, I would say. Not pornographic necessarily, but like I'm used to, if anybody knows Clive Cussler, he wrote that his protagonist is called Dirk Pitt. And Clive Cussler is cool because his hero, the hero of his books is actually kind of like Clive Cussler. Like almost everything that Dirk Pitt has done, Clive Cussler has done. Clive Cussler has a huge classic car collection. He's worked for Numa or the real world equivalent of it. He was part of the team that like found the Titanic or, did whatever. Like, so he's got a lot of real world experience that he brings into the books. But it's very Indiana Jones. So I'm not saying these are based on true stories, but anyway, but in there, like they will have a sex scene or something like that, but it's, it's like half a page, maybe a paragraph or something where you get the idea and it gives you a little bit of lovey-dovey and kind of teases you with it, and then it backs off. Whereas, we get with that, I think it had to be at least a page and a half or 2 pages of just, here's them doing the dirty. So other than that, I would say it's pretty clean. I can't remember if there's language. There may have been, but not anything like whatever. Again, for an adult, you got an adult mind, if you're reading it, you can just skip over that part. Because it doesn't, just like any sex scene, it doesn't add anything to the story. It's just, here's, again, I don't understand why people talk about it. Like, I mean, again, not have it. Okay. You have the characters have sex, but I mean, to indulge it, it just slows down the pacing. Which you could argue if that's what they were trying to do. Maybe they're trying to slow down the pacing. It's just like, eh. But anyway, I say all that to preface, if you're okay with that, I recommend Snow Crash. It's quite an entertaining read. And again, probably one of the most potent narrative voices that I've read in any kind of, like, you're very aware the narrator has a personality. Like it's not a dry like narration and then you have dialogue spicing it up. The way the story is told, the way things are described, it's not stand up, but it's kind of stand up-esque. Like there's a lot of wry, dry comedic things. Anyway, that's my book review. I now am present from a certain point of view. Hey, IO. Hello, sorry I'm seeing this way too late there, but so ironically enough, I can say, no, you're not, because no, I can't. Actually, that would be stupid. Deny that you were present at 3:47 because there's proof right there. But it being 4:04, your present is now my past, sir. You are obsolete. Damn. Oh, damn. From a certain point of view. But welcome, sir. Welcome. I know what you're doing right now. It's totally fine. You probably couldn't even hear what I said because you're so focused on your on figuring out the numbers and making it all work. But welcome, sir. Welcome. 15 minutes too late. Speaking of drinking and driving, can you play Deltarune in the future? How did I know it was going to be something like this? Looks like the same people that did, what was that game that everybody's hyped on? I mean, really, like the title looks exact. Isn't that the exact? Is the same people? Hang on. Undertale. That's it. Yep, Undertale. Which I'm not gonna say I refuse to play on principle. Yeah, I don't want to be that guy. I'm not gonna say I refuse to play it, but it is perhaps one of the most hyped things in the entire world. But hey, I can identify now. This one has more color. It looks like. But I don't know. We'll see, Macro, because I have, if you haven't noticed, I kind of have not fully transitioned necessarily, but at this point, at least every other week, if not more weeks than not, it's going to be more of a discussion because that's kind of what it ends up devolving into anyway. Like right now, you're recommending Deltarune. Like I'd be playing a game. I'm like, oh, hang on. And I have to pause it. I go over here, pull this up. I'm not saying you're saying I have to do this, but like I haven't even really talked too much about whatever the topic of conversation was. It's just interacting with chat and going off on tangents. And that's kind of all the gaming was too. And the gaming was pretty piss poor as a result. So I've kind of been like, all right, why should I keep pretending that I'm actually gaming when it's very clear that I am mostly talking and gaming haphazardly amongst it. So, let's see. Destined to save the world together with Susie, a monster, and Ralsei, a prince from the dark world. During their quest to seal the dark fountains prophesied the end of the world, the group makes both friends and foes. The combat system is turn-based and use bullet hell mechanics. Similar to Undertale, enemy encounters can be resolved peacefully through violence. As long as violence is an option. I need, because I think that was, people are saying, oh, Undertale, you don't have to actually fight anything. I'm like, what kind of RPG is that? RPG stands for royally pillage and gut or something like that. That's what it used to stand for. Now it just means role play. But back in my day, it meant kill stuff. But anyway, so perhaps it's definitely interesting. Oh, there's also Bears vs. Babies from the same designer of Exploding Kittens. Poetry for Neanderthals. They like silly themes. Indeed, Baldrick, that is... those are some of the silliest. Like, that sounds like... Honestly, it's funny because it's like... Oh, no, Marvel continuity still sucks, but they established it intentionally. Okay, gotcha. When they didn't go back to save Iron Man, they broke the system? Oh, you mean go back in time to save him from dying? There's a basket for naughty kids? I mean, I guess that's better than a coffin. I mean, it's so macabre. It's like, I don't know. I feel like Christmas is okay without Krampus. Like it's, we don't need Krampus. We don't need a demon from the abyss in addition to Santa. Can we just have Santa? Like, I don't know. I'm not scoffing at him. I'm just happy he didn't cross over. I mean, he did kind of. There are definitely people who, I mean, I worked with a couple of people that loved Krampus to death and loved him more than Santa, in fact. But I'm happy to say that by and large, Krampus didn't make the migration. He got lost in transition somewhere. But yeah, Liza, well, of course, I think you went back to work about 9 minutes ago. But if you are here, if not, I'll ask you in the chat which part you're referring to. I'm guessing at the end when Iron Man dies. Oh, spoiler alert for a movie that's 10 years old, I think, at this point. At the end of, not Infinity War, Endgame. Iron Man dies, and in theory they could have gone back maybe and say, well, but I don't know, Elijah, because at least look, I will give them credit for this. I believe the whole thing of that is because that was the whole thing that Doctor Strange was saying. If I tell you, it's not going to happen. Like, in other words, it would have been one of those things where it's like a non-self-fulfilling prophecy. I don't know. Bottom line is, they couldn't go back to save Tony because that was the only way. They said 1 out of 2 billion chances or 2 billion different attempts. That was the only outcome where they won. So they could go back however many times, and they would essentially, if they saved Tony, they're doing it the wrong way, and it wouldn't work out. So I think that's how they were able to say they didn't go back for him, because they understood that sacrifice was always going to be necessary. Like, that was the only way it could turn out. So if they go back in time, they're going to end up, and they save him, they're going to be replaying one of the 2 billion options that Doctor Strange processed that doesn't work out. The only way it was. Now, you could call that contrived, and I wouldn't argue. But again, you got to accept a huge pill, a huge dose of contrivance with a lot of the Marvel stuff. I mean, comics in general, to be honest. I mean, everything from the basic premise of a lot of them. I mean, obviously you got to get over the powers and stuff like that. But most of the stories do require, like, you got to be very limber. Your imagination and your will to ignore continuity or things that just don't make no sense and all that kind of stuff. You got to be really flexible to get into it. Otherwise, you just go, what is this crap? Which honestly is kind of why now, not all comics. There are some that are more like adult novel, whatever stuff. And the less crazy powers you have, the less dynamics you have, which is why, again, I think having a multiverse is actually a detriment, because the more fantastical everything is, the bigger, I mean, it's been said by a lot of people, and I agree with this, the bigger the stakes are, the less connected people usually are. When the world's at risk, nobody gives a crap. When it's somebody's kid is at risk, that's a big deal. Like, that was, I don't know, I haven't seen it, probably never going to, but like the Fantastic Four, that one of the compliments I heard was that it was cool that they brought it down to a family-sized problem or a family-sized issue. Yeah, the world was at stake, but again, nobody cares about that. We care about actual people. We don't care about the faceless NPCs. We don't care about the mass of people, the planet itself. We care about the people that we get FaceTime with. That's just the nature of it. That's why we can cheer for when the president finally says, no, we're not going to choose option A. We'll choose option B. Even though option A is save 250,000 people and kill 5 people, or let 5 people die, because those 5 people are the top billed above the line actors that we've been watching the whole time. So of course we're going to boo that decision. No, he won't do that. We cheer because he's going to sacrifice, or is willing to seemingly sacrifice, 250,000 people for the sake of 5. We're okay with that because the only 5 we care about are the people that we're actually introduced to. Everybody else is just an NPC. They don't really count as people, which, right or wrong, that's how a lot of life is in general. It's like, I care about who the people are around me. I care about the immediate stuff, but you try to get me to care about people in a completely different place, especially if it's, the immediate need of the people around me versus those people, you're going to go, don't really, like, this is where it is. So, I mean, so the better stories are the ones that are more personal and more personable, and we can relate to more than the universe itself is going to unravel. Okay, well, then it just unravels and we're all gone. Like, it's not no big deal. It's just, I don't know. The stakes are, the higher the stakes, the further away they get from us. Yeah, just think about it like, oh, the stakes are so high, and we're sitting down here going, yeah, those are some high stakes. Don't get it. Don't really care. But that's what I mean. So it's the more they indulge these bigger stories, these overarching stories, I think the less connected we can be to them until they start incorporating. I don't know. That's a whole tangent. Let me try to catch up here. But yeah, when they didn't, so I think that's why they didn't go back to save Iron Man. That Smash was good. I shared the packet, which was very noble of me. You know what? UK, what is Smash? If it's a drug, in the UK, Smash can refer to several things. Instant mashed potatoes. Okay, I think that would fit into your culinary options. A slang term for casual sex? Less likely based on context. Or a slang term for something excellent or first rate? Well, no, it was a popular brand of instant mashed potato flakes. Gotcha. If that's in fact what it is, which I should have known because you guys have what, bangers and mash, which is sausage and mashed potatoes. But anyway, honestly, there are some pretty good instant mashed potatoes out there. My family told us about Krampus, but insisted he wasn't actually real. Well, doesn't that get tied in with Santa, though? Because Santa isn't actually real. So you say, well, wait, I don't know. That's interesting. So, but I mean, yeah, were they saying, look, you've heard the tale of Santa Claus. You've heard the tale of Krampus. Santa Claus is real. The tale of Santa Claus is real. Krampus is not real. Like, how do you parse that out? Or was it just Santa and Krampus, neither one of them are actually real? Or that Krampus was an invention of Santa to scare people straight? Because, you got the carrot and the stick. Santa's the carrot. Krampus would be the stick. You got some kids that will respond to the carrot. They will be good for the 2 weeks leading up to Christmas, which in their minds is the entire year, because they're motivated by the carrot. And then you got some kids that are just scared of the stick, and so they're going to be good because they're terrified of getting beat with an ugly stick by a really ugly, freaky dude named Krampus. I don't know if this is a hot take, but Jim Carrey as the Grinch is amazing. If it is a hot take, I don't know who would disagree with that, Michael Bailey. I 100% agree. I thought the Grinch is probably, now I haven't seen the Lorax. I suffered through most, if not all, of Cat in the Hat. I have to say that I think the Grinch is, at least in my recollection, the only live action Dr. Seuss story that was worth a darn. But yeah, Jim Carrey pulls that off. Just like The Mask. Like, when you've got that face that he has, that can act through the makeup, that can act through the latex and everything, he it's like a superpower. I mean, that wasn't all it was, but no, I think you're spot on, Michael. I agree. I think Jim Carrey as the Grinch was amazing, and it was as I recall, it was a nice. It deviated a little from the classic story, but not so much that you're like, what the heck am I watching? It was just kind of like, okay, it's been elaborated on a little because now it's live action. You got to have a little more interaction. It's got to be a little bit longer, but the core of it was there. And he did a good job of giving us a good Grinch, but also one that was entertaining and not quite, when he's pouting, you do it a little more of that. It's not as bad as like, when the eyes go dark and the little, there's something that curls out of his head when is it his eyebrows? There's something when he gets the devilish thing, there's something that curls out or does something like that. Anyway. Yes, but I think it was great. I think it was great. Like, he wasn't a scary Grinch, which would have been more like Krampus. But going back to save Iron Man would have made things meaningless as all time travel retcons. Yeah, but I think to a degree, like I said, I think the reason it didn't happen is because it couldn't, because every time they did it, the only way it would be successful is him dying. But I mean, they already kind of did that with a lot of the Marvel stuff. I don't know. No McDeadleys sound like a blessing. No McDonald's. No McDeadleys sounds like a blessing. Yeah. I mean, it's, I don't know what the actual stats are. I can imagine particularly at this point where smoking isn't necessarily in vogue. So people that would do it to be trendy, aren't doing it. It's not really socially, it went from being like socially in to kind of like, all right, well, maybe you do it, maybe you don't, to more or less, it's almost like you do that, huh? So the only people doing it are really the ones who are trying, kind of addicted or getting that high, or that, it's not that high, but whatever it is, the nicotine rush or whatever. So bottom line is, my point being, at this point, and maybe it was the case before then, fast food probably kills more people through obesity, heart disease, and everything else you get from that kind of food than most other deadly things we can think of. So yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's just weird to think of. It was weird. Well, you guys have a weird one. When I went to McDonald's in the UK, y'all have Beanie or Beano or something. I looked this up before. British McDonald's mascot. Is it Beanie? Nope, that's definitely not it. There he is. This creepy looking dude right here. I mean, I like there he looks pretty cool. He looks like an anime. Look at this guy right here. Come on, man. That's freaky deaky. Yeah, Beano. So yeah, when I went to visit, Beano was in full effect. Like this looks like Goku. I could dig on this. And look, he's got a big smile. It's almost like a Wreck-It Ralph kind of deal. I'm like, I'm okay with that. But this creepy little bastard was the guy that I saw when I was over there. And I was like, okay, you know, for as much as, you know, people say clowns, Ronald McDonald is kind of creepy. Well, look at this guy, man. Like there's just, and what is he, killing a spider right there? Or he's pulling it up by, I don't know. Anyway, all that to say, it was still trippy to see a McDonald's in the UK. I'm just like, how does that work? Dimes and ace of the generous smash. Huh, that sounds slightly wrong. The generous packet, slightly better. I don't know. I mean, generous package sounds even worse. My bad. Look, cows might be slightly odd looking, but I still want one. Not as much as pandas, but if I got one for my birthday, I wouldn't say no. But you should, Eliza. Have you seen a cow patty? I'm not going to pull it up here because I don't want to see it. But there are a plethora of reasons. Now, granted, I know that's some sensibilities here, not so much. But like, look, if you're just going to go, okay, I'm going to take it to the butcher immediately, that I can understand. From a pure, you're giving me a gift and I'm just going to take it because it's a cow. That would be the only way. Otherwise, you got to find a way to feed it. You got to be able to house it somewhere. It's got to, again, it can't just eat your yard. And what are you going to do? Like, have you seen how hard it is just to clean up doggy poo? Like, imagine going around with a giant, like, you know, Glad 35-gallon bag. That's what you're using to pick up cow pies with, not just a little Ziploc bag or whatever. That's how rich people pick up doggy poo. But most of us use like just old plastic bags or whatever. No, but if you're really elite and expensive, you can use Ziploc bags just for your dog poo. Bony butts. I can see what you're focusing on. You know what? It's the rump. It's the hindquarters. There's a name for it. Steak. That's it. Yes, I'm focused on the steak. That's the part of the cow that I care the most about. Are you currently actively earning $400 an hour? Oh, you dude, you sound like you're leading to a scam. That you know how many texts and spam texts I've gotten? Would you like to earn $100 to $500 a day? We're looking for someone with your talent skills. I'm from this place, and goodness gracious, I know you're not, Mag. It's just funny because I get like 3 of those a day where they're asking pretty much the exact same question. But no, I am not currently actively earning $400 an hour. No. Right now, in theory, the best paying editing gig I've had is $50 an hour. That's like the best. I've never had better. And I think that's maybe acting. And I use that term loosely because it was mostly like you get cast in something based on the amount of, oh no, yes, there was it sounds arrogant to say, but I don't know how I got this part. I signed with an agency and like within a week now mind you, after this, I didn't get Jack Diddley Squad. I think I got like 2 very, very small things, but somehow within a week of me signing with his agency, I got a modeling thing. The whole shtick was drove out to this like retired fort. It used to be a fort back in the Civil War, whatever. It was out in Newport News or Suffolk. It's an army base, and they were getting some footage and some pictures of like a family for some kind of thing. So they were doing a banner, and then they were doing some posters and whatever. And somehow I got cast as dad. I got into the modeling thing because just as a way to have an agent. Because in theory, you like in the market in Virginia for acting was so gosh darn small because they just didn't have. I mean, you like some productions came there or certain parts of them, but for the most part, you weren't getting a ton of that stuff. So you go for the modeling, maybe you get something, but I'm not a model. Models, you need the symmetrical face. Typically, you got to have like just classic good looks. a physique. I had none of those things. I have none of those things. So I wasn't expecting to get modeling work, but somehow I landed this thing. So it was an afternoon of just walking around a beautiful sunny day with my wife and kid. I think it was a 3-hour deal, maybe 4 hours total from makeup and all that kind of stuff. And I want to say it was 1,800. So if you break that down in hourly, that's the most I've ever made, but it was one time for one particular job. And even then that's nowhere near the high end of the scale. So, but anyway, yes, maybe one day there was a day, one day in my life where I was making over $400 an hour. But that was it. I remembered hashtag is the best person here. Wait, what? I missed that. It's not you, it's my superpower. Though I know this was meant for J Money, but this whole chat started with me calling Inu Honey Badger. Indeed, yes. He actually called me honey bee. Okay, again, revisionism here. He did not actually call you that. He actually said, hello, honey bee, thinking he was talking to Honey Badger. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, and oh my gosh. And so now truth is being rewritten because now people can't see the chat anymore. So now we are witnessing the rewriting of history. This is very Tolkien-esque right here. I did, and I'm not taking the honey part back. I like your style, Baudrick. Oh, I've got to go. Have a good one, everyone. 4 minutes late, but I managed to say goodbye beforehand. It was cheating, but I pulled it off. Yep, a basket. Some are just chained and dragged behind. The luckier ones just get the whip. Well, I don't know. I mean, the basket sounds better than the whip or the chains. Honestly, I think I'd rather. I mean, is there something bad about the basket in particular? Is it lined with thorns or something? Because a basket sounds perfectly pleasant compared to being chained and dragged or getting the whip. You had to scare the bejesus out of kids in the olden days to make them behave. That's very true. It's a Norwegian snack. Okay. He got it wrong, didn't he? Now, it's chocolate-covered corn snack, and it's Norwegian. Ugnip converted me. Okay, so here we go. Let's smash Norwegian. I can't spell Norwegian, even though you just did. Norwegian. I want to get a visual on this. Okay, there we go. Now wait a minute. We're decrying McDonald's for their stuff, and yet we've got. I can't imagine this is terribly healthy. I mean, to be fair, pretty much anything with sugar, and it's not almost by its very nature is not terribly healthy. But is that it? Is that they look like? Do you guys know Bugles? They look like chocolate covered Bugles. In fact, I bet you that's what they are. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Conspiracies abound. Snacks. Bugles. See? Look at that. They're chocolate covered Bugles, which are again crispy corn snacks. So they're Bugles. They're chocolate covered Bugles. Is what smacks? What do you call them? Smash. Unless I'm wrong. Unless it's not those. No, yeah, there's homemade smash. Yeah, it is. It's Bugles, chocolate covered Bugles. So we have chocolate covered Chex Mix or chocolate covered Chex or whatever that people will make. So that's a thing. You can do chocolate covered Bugles. Just melt down some chocolate and pour it over some Bugles, and there you go. I was going to say I'll probably never be able to get some because, maybe it's easier to import from the UK, but I mean, obviously there it's on Amazon. So I guess, yeah, small world, but yeah, I can make some at home. Huh. Well, there you go, folks. Yeah. Just get you a bag of Bugles and some, I don't know. I probably would avoid Hershey's, maybe go for like Dove or something. I mean, that's like mid-tier chocolate-ish, but Cool. Well, there we learned something. That's a thing. Norway's most addictive chocolate snack. Did Norway invent the bugles? Are bugles a Norway import as well? How much of my life do I owe to Norway, for crying out loud? No, Michael. I know you were both. That's why I was like saying it was like bovine, but it's no, Michael, because you didn't have the actual cow in your thing. Like that's what I was saying. I know it's not bovine. But it begins with a B. Hang on. Now I kind of need to know. I need to know. Tell me what I need, because I need to know. Where are you? But yeah, I remembered who you were in there. Where? Oh, where is the thumbnail? Okay, he must have changed his thumbnail. Because I don't delete my conversation, so he should still be on Discord. But I don't see the cow. Nut bunnies. Maybe it didn't begin with a... Why is he not... But yeah, no. Yeah, that's why I knew that it wasn't him, because I know, thinking of bovine, it was you. It wasn't Baldric, but man, it was... Maybe somebody else remember, but anyway. Let's see. We actually have a Krampus tradition here where people dress up and scare people in their costumes. People like to tease and annoy them, but risk is getting chased and even hit by them. Wow. Well, that sounds like a very volatile thing. Like it's one thing if you say, okay, it's almost like a game of tag or hide and seek, where it's like it's a tradition where you have like crampi. I guess that's the multiple. That's the plural form of it. So you have a group of crampi that that sounds like cream pie. A group of crampi that run around and so like it's a voluntary thing, kind of like a Halloween tradition type deal, where it's like a bunch of crampi come out and they try to chase people or something. But if crampi are getting attacked and they're attacking back, that just sounds like a very volatile, like, that's all fun and games till someone starts swinging. I don't know. Maybe it's a little more organized than that, or a little more delineated. Like, this is what you can do to a Krampus, and this is what you can't do to a Krampus if you're playing by the rules. Here's an ad for Smash. Here's an ad for Smash. Yes, this video brought to you by Smash. Smash Legends, play now. Wait, what? I'm going to click on this only because I have this on window capture now. So I'm wondering if... Oh, look, it's working. Wait, can you guys hear it? Hang on. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it or not. Let me see. Yep, you should be able to hear that. I can't hear it. I don't have my headphones in. It's playing. Probably put my ears in there.
What's this?
So they've been around for a while, huh? 16 years ago? Damn. This is a long commercial. Oh, just in time for the music.
It's impossible to have just one.
Death Skull Guts. Goodness gracious. See, now I want to learn Norwegian, if that's the right word for it, just because, kind of like Russian, it doesn't, like, it uses, well, no, Russian's a little more foreign. It's just the way the letters are arranged. Like, I've never seen a G next to a J, so it fascinates me. And then there's an A that seems to have taken a bullet to the head, which I've never seen before either. Fascinating. But I love that kind of thing. Like, Spanish was a little bit of a letdown in that regard because it's very phonetic, and it's pretty much English with like a double L and which is pronounced as a Y. I think there's one more letter in there. I can't remember now. It's been so long. And they don't have a Q or something. No, they have a Q. That's what K is. Anyway, but it's very similar. And so aside from the tilde, I think it's called, or the whatever it is, a little loop boop boop thing, and some more accents. We don't really have a lot of accent marks here in our typical English. It was very much the same. Whereas like, and I guess German would probably be the romantic languages, right? So I guess Norwegian is not a romance language because German, French, Spanish, and English, I think, are all like Latin derivatives or something. And so they're all they share kind of a same alphabet palette, if you will. Whereas something like Russian or Norwegian and probably some others, obviously like kanji and that kind of thing, but that's not like a country. That's just a type of, you know what I'm saying though? I like it when it looks like alien. It looks so foreign because like you're learning like a secret code or something. I just find that more enticing, but also more challenging, of course. We actually have we already have that. But yeah, so that's good to know though. When I have it as a window capture, I can actually play YouTube videos. Remember before we were having that problem where it's like, and it was the same thing if I have like gameplay footage, if I like a video of some kind, if I try to play it in VLC and like on the screen, what is this called? OBS like stutters and go, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. But if I use it as a media source, it plays it just fine. So I guess by having a window capture instead of a desktop capture, I have now solved my can't play YouTube video problem. So huzzah! Yay! Learning and growing. I can imagine a comedy starring Jesse, something like Naked Gun, or a noir movie where he's a detective. Yeah, see? Well, I appreciate that, Baldrick. I've worse things have been said about me and my performances. So actually, I think I don't know if I can play it here or not, but it's was it not New Detective? I can't remember what it was called. Discovery Channel. Oh gosh. Series. I found it at one point. You know, it was one of those where there's really no dialogue. It's just kind of like Rescue 911, where it's just people pantomiming essentially while there's a narrator. I can't find it, but it's on here somewhere. I have the actual video, but I don't think I can play it just raw. But yeah, I played a killer who was like, it was a guy who was killing old people in a nursing home, and they called him the Angel of Death. They didn't know who it was, but just the angel. They just knew there was somebody in the hospital that was just wiping out old people as kind of like a courtesy. I did that, and then there was a guy named Gilbert. Was it called New Detectives? I can't remember the name of the series. Oh no, serial killer Gilbert something. I don't remember his. Was he the Long Island Killer? Anyway, it was crazy because the actual guy, maybe that's it. Like, I saw a picture of him, and he kind of looked like Val Kilmer, and they cast me for it. Anyway, but he was a guy that just went around with his buddy Elliot. Gilbert and Elliot? Went around with his friend Elliot and killed like 30 people or something. That wasn't him, though. Whatever. It's not worth it. But bottom line is I never got to play a detective, but I did get to play a killer a few times. Which is kind of fun. But then you just go, what is it about me? Because I don't look like these guys, either of them. Like, they based my wardrobe off of what the guys were caught when they were wearing when they were caught. But I look at the face and go, do I just have the face of a killer? Do I look like I would kill you? which is, flattering, of course, but. But yeah, but you're right. It would have to be a comedy. That would be the catch. You don't return from the basket or chains. Oh, okay. Okay. So the whip is kind of like getting a spanking, I guess. So it's going to hurt more, but you at least get to keep living. This is getting really dark, I'm going to need you to change some things up there. I'm going to need you to bring about the fall of the Crampi. Well, cream pie are wearing quite heavy costumes, but there are actually malicious people, usually teenagers, so not many actually dare to cross them. Ah, okay. Yeah, you got to watch out for those spry teenagers. Well, teenagers really? Like, I think of teenagers being fast, but not particularly like, I guess maybe if they're like athletes or something, like high-level athletes, like rugby players or something. But otherwise, I need to age another 30 years before I'm afraid of a teenager. I mean, not that they're not, fast and wiry and they can be dangerous, but if you bog them down with costumes, I'm not really freaking out about a 16-year-old. I mean, not they're armed. I mean, anybody can stab you or whatever, but just off physical stuff, most teenagers are, they're just out of puberty. I mean, I know, like, I'm sure, right? Most guys can relate. We hit puberty at 18, right? Right around 18, 19. Maybe if you're an early bloomer, 17. I remember I applied to college yesterday. I got in. Huzzah. You hear it. Good. Is the weird letters we are using? Oh, yeah, that's some weird letters right there. Good gravy. Yeah, those are glyphs right there. It's just so awesome. Like, this is functional. This is a real language, functional language that, like, I couldn't even, like Spanish, there's so many words that, I mean, not all of them, like trabajo is, or trabajar is to work. You wouldn't be able to look at trabajar and go, okay, that's what that means. But there's plenty of Spanish where, like, well, bailar is, okay, there's not a lot of words, actually, I guess. There's a lot of nouns that cross over. But even then, at least I could say baile. I don't know what do I say with that? I couldn't even take a guess because I guarantee it's not away or ovay or boom. Like, I don't even know if that's an M or an E or it looks like an A next to an E, but with an A next to it, or it's a very fancy M with a bunch of extra sticks. Crazy. And then what really gets me, so when I actually started poking around and was like, because again, I think Russian looks really cool. I remember seeing signs for it. I was like, you know what? I'm curious. So I started looking into it. And a lot of there are some overlap. There's like 8 or 9 letters that are pronounced the way we pronounce them in English. But a lot of them are letters that look very familiar, but they are not pronounced in the same way. Like A is not pronounced like A or E or whatever they are. What was I saying? Something about pronunciation. Oh, but like, so I'm looking at them as they are typed out, but I'm like, what fresh hell would it be to try to have to like read somebody's handwriting for some of these things? Cause like, it's very precise. Like, I look at it and go, okay, I get it. If you type out this phrase in Russian or Norwegian, if I learn it, I can understand it. But then now I have to decipher that through people's penmanship, which may have the little thingy over here. And if you know what the word is, you can kind of feel it, like with cursive writing. You don't necessarily have to be completely able to read cursive. You can go, okay, that's a CLA. I don't know what those are, but then IC, well, how many words? CLA blank blank IC, classic. Those must be S's. You can through the context of the other letters, you can figure it out. But if you don't even know that and you're just trying to read it straight, and it's like, well, you didn't really make the extra little thing mark on that letter. As somebody learning it as a foreign language, I'd be completely lost. I'm like, well, because if it's half of that, it's a different word. And if I knew the context, I could figure it out, but I can't. So it's a mess. It's a terrifying thing. Pretty sure Germanic languages come from runic writing, but picked up the Latin alphabet due to the Romans. Okay, so German is not a Romance language? Which, I mean, so I remember learning about it, we were like, well, of course not, because it doesn't sound romantic, but... Vulgar Latin. I don't remember them saying vulgar. That's a new thing. The most widely spoken romance languages: Spanish, French, Portuguese, Italian, and Romanian. Yeah, okay, yeah. Which, yeah, that makes sense because, yeah, and again, it's no, but German compared to like French and even kind of English, at least to my American ears, the ones that have been used to English, like German has a very harsh sound to it. I think Russian as well, but maybe like I love the German language. I mean, aside from the ginormously long words, like it's a cool language. Like there are some things that just sound so cool in German that sound in English is like, what? That doesn't sound quite as cool. But you say it in German, it's like, oh, that's really cool. But it does have kind of like a harshness to it. So I remember now that I think back on it, when we heard, oh, these are romance languages, when you first hear it, you think of, oh, this is a language of romance. This is what people say when they want to be romantic. So you have your French, because that's exactly what it sounds like. And I guess Portuguese, I only remembered French, Spanish, and maybe Italian, because Italian and Spanish kind of sound very similar in a lot of ways. They share a lot of words or root words, obviously, because they're coming from the same things. But yeah, spot on there. There you go. Learn something new. Pure Germanic comes from runic writing. So yeah, it's its own thing. It is not part of the the Romance language package, which apparently is vulgar Latin. I was just looking at some Krampus costumes, and quite a lot of the pictures are from the U.S. I'm glad the tradition is taking root over the Great Pond. No, Baldrick, no, I am not. Krampus. German, there we go. I mean, no, this is horrifying. It's not even like the Grinch kind of like cute fun. This is just straight up like from the pits of hell. Like even this one, where he's kind of got the like it's freaky deaky. Like these are just like straight up demonic. Like, and I'm not saying that the origin is demonic or satanic, but like if you think of spawns coming from hell, like honestly, Spawn probably has a character or 2 or 3 that are based on Krampus. This is not like he's gonna get you. This is like, pray he kills you fast, because he looks like he would do horrible, horrible things. There's not a single image where he's like, oh, that kind of looks like the dude from the cantina. Oh, what are they called? Dorians? The prison guard from Shawshank played one in The Mandalorian. Devorian. I think they're called Devorians. Let's see. How close was I? Devaronian. I was close. That's who I was thinking of. That's Krampus. But see, that's a friendly Krampus. Aside from not having any eyebrows, he doesn't look all that bad. Like I could, if that was Krampus, I could kind of get on board with that. He kind of looks mischievous, kind of quirky. Like, I'm going to do something. But again, I don't want to see him at night. I don't want to meet him alone. But yeah, I mean, really just seeing there's the guy. That's the I can't remember the actor's name. He's a cool dude. That guy right there. Yeah, he plays a Devaronian in The Mandalorian. That's a mouthful. Byron Hadley. He does a lot. He does a lot of voice work too. But apparently in that scene where he's dangling, like he got married that day. And I can't remember if he did the dangling Dufresne off the edge of the roof. Let's see, does it say this? No. Huh. Kind of looks like a goofball there. But yeah, it was either I either he did the scene, I think he did the scene and then he went and got married. Like as soon as they wrapped for that day, he left the set and went off and got married after he plays his hard ass, again, dangling Dufresne off the edge of a building. He goes off and gets married to his sweetheart. So it's kind of a cool little story. Queen! Quee. I didn't see. Where did Quee come in? I see. Hello, Quee. Hey, man. Love the Zelda vids. Lurking today. Actually, hey, Quee. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. You must be one of the 15 still watching. I've fallen behind, but hopefully I'll get. I had a lot of work yesterday and the day before, but I'm hoping to get at least 1 or 2 done. Because when you're not like, look, I love doing this, but again, trying to do this and trying to play Zelda would not work. It would just be the Zelda theme playing over and over again, and Zelda never, or Link never moving. So I've decided that playthrough will be exclusively just videos, but yeah, I enjoy it, so I'm moving through it. But I'm glad you're enjoying it, so I'm glad appreciate you taking a gander. More will be coming quite soon. But welcome. I heard what was it? You guys got was it like one of your shorts got like 200,000 views, like 3,000 likes or something? You guys are breaking ground. That's for doggone sure. So keep at it, man. Very excited to hear about the growth that the roll to one folks are having. And you're still doing that, right? I think last time we talked, you were talking about making some changes, but I don't think they entailed you leaving, but it might have been. But anyway, don't feel like you have to engage if you're lurking. Enjoy your lurking. I don't want to disturb you. I'm not here to leech from people. They use iron chains though. What's the difference? Iron versus steel? Because isn't steel just like some kind of specially treated iron? What's the difference? Oh wait, you mean like to hit people with? Oh, okay, yeah. So if you're saying a teenager with iron chains, yeah, that would be a thing. I would not. That would be an exception. Like I said, you put a weapon in somebody's hand. Yeah, that. I mean, honestly, I'm just going to steer clear of Krampus. Like if I happen to see a group of Krampi running around, I'm not going to approach them. I'm not going to say hello to them. I'm not going to pee on them, but I'm not going to say hello. I'm not going to agree. Like I don't want to interact with the Krampi. That's just not going to be that's not on my bucket list. So I don't have to worry about it. Whether they're nice Krampi or Krampi that are a little too method in their methods, they can flagellate some other people. Carlos, what's going on? So are we down? It sounds like we're like Vincenzo said he was interested. I think you have Borderlands 2, don't you? I thought I remember that, but it would have to be for Steam. But I think you have that. Vincenzo said he wanted to play it, been looking to. So I think he would be on board. We just have to see if Lagmeister is. I can only do so much like blacks, browns, zombies, like that kind of macabre style. Like Borderlands, it's like you got the different kind of guns, different things you can do, and the different class things. It's a little more of a festive and fun with, again, a cap of 4 people. So it's perfect. We'd have a team of 4. And I think there's like 6 characters that you can pick from. So like, you don't have to, and I'll just take whoever everybody else doesn't take. I think I've played them all at least once. But hello, sir. You could actually argue that English is more of a Romance language, as the Norman French conquered England in 1066. And perhaps I would, Inu. Perhaps I would argue such a thing. That English is more of a Romance language. That's just the history teacher in me speaking. Why, that's great. Inu, that's great. That's what you want. That's why it's cool to have people of different professions in there. Like Vincenzo, when he's in, anytime we talk about anything to do with sailing, he's like, well, technically that's not how that would work, but it's good. It's fun. Like, people, when people are able to use their professions to educate and enlighten other people with their particular speciality, I think that's ideal. So always speak up about those sorts of things. American kids, like any other, need some Krampi in their lives. You can always dance with them. They like to dance. Look, they can dance if they want to. They can leave their past behind. But my friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, they're friends of mine. Because that is the antithesis of a safety dance is dancing with Krampi. Pretty agile with those hooves. Yeah, it's almost like it comes naturally to them. I don't know. I suppose there are merits to dressing up in such hideous visage, but I fail to see them. And honestly, fear-based behavior, like, it's one thing, like, I'm not afraid of the stove. I respect the stove because it's very hot. It can get very hot and it can burn me. Same thing. I actually just got, I think it's still there. There's still like a burn mark. I forgot, that, or wasn't paying attention. I got a little careless. I was on the motorcycle and I was in my shorts because I was just taking it out to kind of, get the engine cycled through because I hadn't ridden it in so long. So I wasn't like taking it out. I was doing like 15 miles an hour. So I didn't have all the gear and stuff on because I'm literally taking it down the driveway around the block and coming back. But when I went to get the mail, check the mail, which is like a quarter of a mile from our house. I wasn't paying attention when I got off and I was kind of like sliding off. And anyway, bottom line is I burned the inside of my calf on the freaking muffler because it gets super, super hot very, very quick. But I'm not afraid of the muffler. I just go, okay, I need to be more cognizant of it. So there's a difference between understanding consequence, having a healthy appreciation for consequence and having that factor into your decision making, and doing things because you're terrified of death, torture, whatever else. I don't know that it's fundamentally healthy to have people that are well behaved because they're terrified. Again, understanding here's a limitation, or this is illegal, I could face a fine, but to behave because of terror, because you don't want a demon to smack you with the chains and put you in a basket that you'll never get out of. I just don't know that breeds the healthy kind of, because it's not rational. Fear is not rational. It's not a rational emotion. So I don't know. I just question the merits of purely fear-based stories or things like Cramp Eye. We'll just call it Krampus, because I think there's only supposed to be one, right? It's not supposed to be a legion of them, or there can be only one. It's like Highlander. But I just wonder how healthy it is to be behaved only because you're terrified of the punishment for it. Yeah, I don't mind playing Borderlands. I played it for a second a long time ago. 1 second? Wow. That's really brief. So, I mean, that makes it sound like you started playing and were like, not my jam. So, like, I don't want anybody, like, I mean, our gaming sessions are like 4 to 7 hours. So the last thing I want is anybody playing playing a game that they don't enjoy. That's a long time to be doing something you don't want to do. So please feel free to be very, very honest. Be like, I played it and it wasn't my thing. Because I like I said, I'd rather let's just find something else. Rather than, knowing at least one of us is going, oh my gosh, when will this be over? Because if I have granted, I don't think there's a multiplayer game in particular that I have that it has more hours on it than Borderlands. Like, I've played the crap out of that game. So it's not exactly fresh territory unless we play the pre-sequel. I think they all get packaged together now. But I didn't play the pre-sequel. I played the pre-sequel through once. And it was good. It was fine. Wasn't as engaging as the second one. But the second one is so much longer and beefier and engaging. Anyway, you take all the fun out of scaring kids shitless, J Money. Well, I mean, I guess it's in the presentation, because, how I remember Halloween and the whole thing, you get the thrill of being scared. I wish I had taken a picture. I think I did, but there was a house where I lived in Indiana, that had a 9-foot tall skeleton. And it was like, they did whatever. So it was actually kind of standing there and actually kind of had a pose. It was like Bone Colossus, for crying out loud. Maybe it was even taller than that. It was up there. It was way up there. And it was not like hyper realistic, but it looked, and I think, had like the glowing red eyes. It's like there's a difference, I think, between like the kind of thrill that people get out of horror movies. Like, people don't, I think it's when you equate the horror to morality. It's not that it's, I mean, granted, I think there is peril to be found in scaring people shitless. Digestional distress, if nothing else. That's not a word, but I don't care. I think there can be that, but in general, there is that kind of thrill of being spooked, of being scared, of being, ooh. And the Krampus certainly do that. It's when you equate the terror to you misbehaving, which it doesn't sound like that's the case. It sounds like these teens are going to bash you over the head with a chain no matter what. But I think that's where I say we may be, like, that may be getting into territory that may not be necessarily mentally or societally healthy, to have people that are behaving only because they're terrified to death of a punishment of some kind, whether it's fictional or true. That's not necessarily what you want. So just scaring kids, again, that's what Halloween at least used to be about. I don't know these days. What I don't know if it's gone completely off the rails as a just utter celebration of depravity and demonic whatever stuff, or if I think it's gone soft. Like I remember, back in my day, we all met. We had a little townhouse community. I think it was like 75 townhouses, and we all met. There was a playground kind of at the back end of it. And so all the parents and kids would meet there, kind of in a big group. We all had the green glow sticks that you could crack and they'd glow for like an hour or something. And they'd kind of go over the basic safety stuff. There'd be somebody doing a little safety thing and blah, 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 whatever. And then it was like, okay, go out and conquer. And most kids had a parent at least with them. They didn't necessarily walk to the door with them, but at least they had an escort. Some didn't, but it was enough of a community and there were enough parents in circulation that it was more or less a pretty safe endeavor. And even though we heard like, hey, don't just stick your hand in the bag, let your parents sift through the candy to make sure there's no holes and nothing untoward, there's no syringes or naughty crap in there. It never, like, nobody I knew had ever, had that happen. So wherever I grew up, there were no shenanigans of that level. But, you'd have people that would put gravestones in their front porch and cobwebs and have like the rattling of chains and howling of wolves. And it was supposed to send a chill down your spine. And, you had creepy things and costumes. Usually the costumes are, us kids, we weren't really dressed as scary things. That was kind of lame, honestly. Like I went as a Ghostbuster one year. It was badass. My mom got a hold of my granddad's flight suit from his Air Force days and, put my name, got a patch with my name on it. My dad did a Ghostbuster emblem out of felt, cut it out. So it was like layered. Hey, Ghostbusters. It was, but it was just, they made like a replica of, and they had to roll the sleeves up because it was my granddad's flight suit. But like I looked the part, and then I had a backpack that happened to be kind of squared. So if you stuffed it full of stuff, it kind of had a square thing. And I had like a little proton pack and everything. I look legit. Like those were the cool costumes, Darth Vader, Superman, kind of, I guess. I don't know about that age. But like kids weren't dressing up as scary things because it just didn't work. It wasn't really truly scary. And there were a few wolf men or something walking around, but usually, the little latex mask, it just wasn't the thing. It was like dress. It was an excuse to cosplay. Really, when I was in school, it was pretty much kids being able to cosplay without being made fun of. That's more or less what it was. Now, granted, nobody was doing anime or anything like that. It was just you were going as characters that you secretly thought were cool, but you couldn't dress up like that and walk around the neighborhood because people would laugh at you. Anyway, but yeah, I don't know if I've just heard it's become so unsafe in a lot of places. Like I remember the past 10 years or so, I've never even had trick-or-treaters come to the door. Now, granted, I have my lights off. I make it very clear I am not loaded with candy. So I guess maybe that's why I don't hear them. But like, I don't even know that they're there. Like I don't even hear them walking outside. Like it used to be a big thing. You used to go all over to adjoining neighborhoods and you'd just see kids walking around. It felt like a 3-hour deal. And you'd come back, you just get one piece of candy per house, but you came back and you had a plethora of candy. And now I just don't think it's the same way. Maybe it is, but I'd be curious to know what the state of trick-or-treating is these days. Oh yeah, the shops here are already packing with Halloween decorations. Yep, no, that's true here. Well, I don't know. You actually liked it? So which one? I think we're going to get more mileage. Well, here's the thing, Frogalos. So that's a good question. If people like it, it makes sense to start. I mean, we could start with the pre-sequel because that is actually the first part of the story, and then Borderlands 1 and then Borderlands 2. Borderlands 2 has more environmental diversity. It has more visual, but if we're going from Left 4 Dead, anything is going to look colorful compared to that. So if we're thinking we want to get some mileage out of this franchise, I would say either start with the pre-sequel or probably more likely Borderlands 1. And because Borderlands 2 is definitely a step up. It advances a lot of things. So what I'd hate to have happen is we play Borderlands 2, we're all into it, and it's like, well, what else can we go? Because Borderlands 3 is S. Like, I've heard the mechanics are okay. I haven't played it very much at all. I was very turned off just by the story looked like crap. The characters, there was nothing about 3 that appealed to me at all. 4 is not even, yeah. So 3 and 4 I wouldn't touch personally. But that's okay because there are 3 games that are perfectly good, that have good stories, good characters, and good mechanics. But what I would hate for us to go with 2, because it is arguably, or inarguably, I'd say it's almost universally considered to be the best one by far. To start with that, and then people going, I want more Borderlands, and then we have to kind of downgrade to Borderlands 1. So I would say maybe start with Borderlands 1. And then if people are like, maybe we try Borderlands 2 because it gives you a little bit more. But my instinct is that Borderlands 1 is going to be good. And then if we beat it and we want more, and then it does have, which I think you can go as early as level 15. It does have the Secret Island of Dr. Zed, which is a zombie themed DLC. And it's a nice way to shake up, get away from the main game if you played the main game a lot. But anyway, so it really depends. If we're like, hey, I don't want to go super hard into the Borderlands franchise, we'll play it for, I don't know, 5 sessions or something like that. Then maybe we just start with 2, just get the creme de la creme. But if we're going, hey, we like FPS, and if it's good, play through the trilogy or something, then I would say let's start with 1. Return to Borderlands, isn't that a Telltale? Or Tall Tale? They don't exist anymore, if I'm not mistaken. Return to Borderlands? Nope, not a thing. Wait. You're talking about the 4th one. No. Like, look, Borderlands 2, there were places where it started to get a little weak in certain places, but they finished strong with the DLCs. I would say there's like at least 2 really good DLCs out of that, in addition to a really good main game with a great character. Borderlands 3, man, as much as I loved the second one and enjoyed, for the most part, the pre-sequel, I saw there was just nothing about Borderlands 3 that and Borderlands 4 just sounds like it's getting even worse. But there was a Borderlands, what was it called? Is it Telltale? Yeah, it was Telltale. Tales from the Borderlands. Well, duh, I guess that was pretty simple. But yeah, I think Telltale is out of business. Defunct 6 years ago. Damn, I didn't realize it was. I thought that was in the past couple of years. Damn, they went off. What happened to them? Restructuring, closure, undergoing majority studio closure. 90% of its present workforce let go. It has been an incredibly difficult year for Telltale as we worked to set the company on a new course. Unfortunately, we ran out of time trying to get there. We released some of our best content this year and received a tremendous amount of positive feedback, but ultimately that did not translate to sales. Oh, okay. So yeah, because I remember their games, for the most part, were well received by, I don't know if it was also gamers. I know it was well received by, gamer journalists, but that and a nickel will get you a hot steaming cup of Jack Squat. Like, you almost have to have a game that the devs, that the journalists don't like for it to be good. But because they got licensed for a crap ton of stuff. But I guess it was one of the. The only thing that makes sense without getting too deep into it is Critical Acclaim with not a lot of either are there a very niche audience, or because they weren't like, they took, like, Monkey Island seems to be like a natural way for them to go, because the nature of Monkey Island is, as a series, it's point and click adventure kind of stuff, which I think is what Telltale mostly was. It wasn't an action oriented thing. It was like, make a decision, here's the decision tree, click, and kind of like an interactive storytelling is what I think Telltale was. But it seemed like they took on a lot of franchises that weren't that, like Borderlands. Now, again, I think it was well received, but yeah, including Tales for the, let's see. Though I will say, honestly, I had zero interest in it. I saw this, I'm like, this does not look like, I don't know what the heck this is, but it don't look like Borderlands. And I'm all about bowler hats. Well, that's probably not really a bowler, is it? It might be. Looks like it's either a very tiny cowboy hat or a very squared off bowler. Let's see, reception. Critical acclaim. There you go. Critics have praised it for its story, characters, actions, humor, blah, 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 blah. Yep. But what was the... Yeah, won all kinds of awards, but yeah, what was the... I don't know. Don't know. It's not a title. I meant you're returning to Borderlands. Yes, Baldrick, yes. Well, I was going to say you capitalized return, but that's because it was the beginning of a sentence. You threw me off there. It looked very formal. It looked very legit. I was like, dang, was that the tagline to one of the newer games that I missed? But yes, we are returning to the Borderlands. I remember that it's one of your favorite franchises, at least the first parts. Yeah, but it's so weird. Like, I almost hate saying the fact that yeah, I do, because it's like the anti-me. It's very Mad Maxy, which I'm not a Mad Max guy. It's deserty. I'm not a desert guy. It's, kind of the dark, not gross humor. It did get gross. That was the thing. Like my friend failed to understand the nuance. There's a difference between dark humor and childish humor. Like, dark humor is... it's like Jack, handsome Jack, talking very much about, very, very plainly talking about, like, killing masses of people, but talking about it in a very flippant or whatever way and making jokes about it. That's a kind of a very dark humor. Whereas Borderlands 3 was poo-poo humor. It was, it's a fart gun. Like, it's a poop gun. It's a gun that shoots poop. Like, they're very different levels of humor. And I'm not necessarily a dark humor kind of guy, but the comedy for the most part worked. And they had a lot of references, like in the Zombie Island of Dr. Ned, they have like a lot of Scooby-Doo kind. They have like a whole storyline that has very Scooby-Doo-esque. In Borderlands 2, there's a quest that has like these like mutants or whatever that are kind of like based off the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, they do a lot of referential humor and stuff where it's like pop culture things that I think are pretty entertaining. There's even like a Batman, but it's Rack Man. They don't have bats, they have racks, which are like these giant like pterodactyl rat things. And so there's actually a Rack Man that you can track him down in his lair and you have to kill him, and he's Rack Man. But yeah, so apparently they did good with the mechanics in the third one, but they just went off a cliff into their humor, the writing. And I can't, I can play a game like Mario that has no story, which is really what I was going to be talking about, which it looks like I've actually caught up with the chat for once. Telltale had very bad management. The Wolf Among Us was my favorite. Well, you didn't give me an answer. All I heard was 2 is the best one. Well, no, Carlos, it's conditional. It's conditional. It's if we're thinking as a group, let's just dabble with it for a while. Let's just play one of the games and then move on to something else entirely. Then I'd say Borderlands 2. If we're saying, hey, let's try it out, and if we like it, we'll move through all of it, or we'll go. I'm not looking for a commitment, from everybody, but it's like, what are you looking out of it? Like, if I say there's a trilogy of games, and you say, okay, but I probably don't want to play 3 Borderlands games. I just want to play 1. Then we go with Borderlands 2. If we say, hey, there's a trilogy out there, if we like what's going on in the first one, because the first one and second one, the draw of it, if you're going to like, I don't know that you can like Borderlands 2 and not like Borderlands 1. Like, you can't hate Borderlands 1 and like Borderlands 2. There's enough crossover. The fundamentals are there that if we start with Borderlands 1 and people are just like, oh, this sucks, I hate this, Borderlands 2 probably isn't going to be worth our time. At the same time, if we're going, I'm kind of over it, let's just say Borderlands 1. We'll just say let's start with Borderlands 1. That will be my answer. Letting people know there is, for all intents and purposes, a trilogy, or at least a duology. I would say Borderlands 1 and 2 are good. And if we're gonna, if there's a chance we would end up playing both of them, we should start with 1. So unless we're just saying, nah, let's just play the best of the best and move on to another game, then we start with 2. Otherwise, I'd say let's go with 1. So that's my answer. Default is 1. Because again, that's between the DLCs and everything, just the first one is probably well, let's look. Average completion time Borderlands with DLCs. Now, not all the DLCs are money. There's only like 3, I think. See, 50 to 100 plus hours. Now, we wouldn't do, so it's saying 70 hours for a completionist run, but I'm saying like a minimum of 50 hours for Borderlands. That's anywhere from 7 to 10 episodes, depending, if we're playing for, 10 to 7 episodes, depending on how long the sessions are. So like that's, easily 2 months worth, pretty much, I would say roughly 2 months worth of content just from Borderlands 1. So if you go, you know what? And Borderlands 2, I think, is probably going to be an extra 20 hours. $40 to $60. I would say probably closer to 70. So again, another, about 20 hours more. So yeah, it just depends on how much Borderlands we think we want to ingest. That's all. But yeah. But so I guess tomorrow, same time, 7 o'clock tomorrow night is when we'll start. So we can, I guess, chat it up on Discord. So if you have 1 and 2, I have 1 and 2. So like I said, worst case, if I get it for Lag and Vincenzo, because they don't have it, I don't think getting either one is going to be too expensive. And there might be a package where you can get the first 2 for, together. I mean, I have it on the Switch as well, but that's like it has the first one, second one, and the pre-sequel on it. And it was like $20. So but here's what I was talking about. And again, we don't have to stick with this topic for very long, but just getting into it. The original manual for Mario Brothers. This is all Shigeru Miyamoto thought we needed to have about Mario. One day, the kingdom of the peaceful mushroom people was invaded by the Koopa, a tribe of turtles famous for their black magic. The quiet, peace-loving mushroom people were turned into mere stones, bricks, and even field horsehair plants, and the mushroom kingdom fell into ruin. The only one who can undo the magic spell on the mushroom people and return them to their normal selves is the Princess Toadstool, the daughter of the Mushroom King. Unfortunately, she is presently in the hands of the great Koopa Turtle King. Mario, the hero of the story, maybe, hears about the mushroom people's plight and sets out on a quest to free the mushroom princess from the evil Koopa and restore the fallen kingdom of the mushroom people. You are Mario! It's up to you to save the mushroom people from the black magic of Koopa. That's all the plot, the story, the characterization Shigeru Miyamoto thought we needed to have. Now, granted, this is the very first game, so you could say maybe he didn't know, but this is what he does with Zelda too. Now, Zelda does have a bit, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I pointed this out actually on the playthrough. It's incredibly hard to read. The way it's laid out, it is not. This is not the way you print text on a background. Like, it's very hard to see, and it's not has nothing to do with my old eyes or anything. It's just, well, actually, it's not too bad. Maybe I just needed a lot more light. It still is kind of hard to see, but I mean, it gives you a little bit more, but doesn't go like Shigeru Miyamoto does not go into. He said he's not big on story. He doesn't go into story. And here's the thing: you don't necessarily need it. I don't need to know what Mario's backstory is. It's a side-scrolling platformer. If there's a genre that doesn't need a backstory, it's that one. If you want to give one, great. But if you set out and make this game and say, look, it's all about the gameplay, which is true. That's the most important part. A great story with crappy gameplay, nobody wants to play it. If that's what you're setting out to do, that's fine. My problem comes in when you say, oh, now we're gonna develop a backstory, or we're gonna flesh out the characters 20, 30 years later, pretending that this is what the idea was all along. When that's not that, when we know damn well that wasn't the case. It was a pipe because it was a pipe because it was a pipe, because that was what the design was. If you don't have the wherewithal or the care to factor in your story, your character, and everything in the game as you're making it, don't try to tack it on later and pretend like it was all the plan all along. That's right along the deal of retconning. I mean, it's not quite as bad, or actually in some cases it's worse. Because it means, like you said, you develop it. That's all you give us for the character. We don't need any more. We can do what we need to do. And there's no cut scenes or anything. So it's not like you really need to know. But it's bare bones and it's okay. Like, and this was set up because it was actually like an argument. And I didn't get too far into it. I read about the argument, or I heard about the argument via a YouTube video. And I was not about to go onto Reddit and actually look at the stupid argument, because it was a stupid argument. Like, what's the best Mario character? And they weren't at least ostensibly talking about move sets. Like, Luigi typically has a higher jump, but he's a little more squishy in terms of his turning. He doesn't have as good as traction. Princess, I don't even know that you can call it Peach, because in Mario 2, it's definitely a brunette. If anything, that's Daisy, but people want to say it's Peach, whatever. In Mario 2, which that might be the way it's in the instruction manual. I'd actually have to look at it. But bottom line is, she has a float mechanic, but she doesn't have that necessarily in other iterations. Bottom line is, they try to tack on personality and make it, like, which one's the cooler character. It's like they don't have anything. They never did. They're tacking it on now, but it's an afterthought. It's putting an outfit on a dog. A dog doesn't need an outfit. If it was born with one, or you always had it on there, if you only ever saw the dog with the outfit on, okay, it's a dog and an outfit. But you have the dog grows up, and you're like, oh, I'm going to put some clothes on this dog. Why are you doing it? Why? It's not doing anything for the dog. It's just making it look ridiculous. Or lipstick on a pig, but it's not a pig. It's lipstick on an attractive young lady, but she doesn't need the lipstick. She never had a lipstick. But she's given lipstick, and people are actually arguing over who the best character is. Well, this character is not good, and well, this character is a representation of this kind of person. It's like, for crying, it's an 8-bit. Most of it has its origins as an 8-bit game, and it's there because it's there because it's there, and nobody cares about it. Nobody did. Our imaginations could fill in the gaps. I'm playing, as Queen mentioned, I'm playing The Legend of Zelda on the Super Nintendo. And again, in that opening, it doesn't say jack about Link, other than he's a traveler. Let's see. Evil army attacked. A young lad appeared. He skillfully drove off Ganon's henchmen and saved Impa. From a fate worse than death, which sounds pretty rough. So he was skillful, and apparently he did it without a sword, because we know he picks up the sword afterwards. So he's already had his little Impa exchange. So apparently he drove them off with just his fists. That's how badass he is. But he's a young lad, a skillful young lad, able to drive off bad guys without a sword, because he doesn't get a sword until later. That's all we know about him. And really, that's all we need to know about him. And I mean, The Legend of Zelda, the Zelda series is such a freaking mess. I bought a book a while ago. Admittedly, I bought it for the cosmetic. It's essentially in the shape of a giant golden Zelda cartridge, and it actually has a giant Nintendo dust cover, the black covers that, used to come with the games and would have Nintendo on it. So it looks like a giant cartridge. It's really cool, but it's a hardback book, and it's got like a breakdown of like all the stuff all the way up through, I think, Breath of the Wild. And you can try to make some sense of it. It's not incoherent. It's clearly an afterthought. And it's like, stop. Like, just admit you don't care about the story. You don't care about the character. It's about the game, and we put our own stuff in there. But when you try to make it, oh no, it's not the same character as before because he's a time traveler and he's got you end up butchering your own stories when you have to retcon or pretend like this needs to make sense with this, that Zelda 1 and 2 have to exist in the same universe or in the same continuity or whatever. They don't have to, because when you wrote it, when you created the game, you weren't thinking, how does this one match up with the first one? Because if I'm not mistaken, it's still Zelda, but it's not the same Link. They make it sound like whoever wrote the manual or whoever told the story, it's supposed to be a different Link, it's a different hero, I think. Or it's a different princess. No, it's the same princess, but a different, it's just weird that they didn't think of that beforehand, especially, like I said, after Mario Brothers, and you go, okay, hey, this is really popular. People are interested in this kind of stuff. Let's spend a little bit of time, just a little bit of time, thinking about the character, the kind of character we want to have advancing the story, and how that will impact the gameplay, instead of just going, okay, we're just going to make the game and then pretend that the character had something to do with what went on or why it's there. It didn't. And as I said before, it should be called The Legend of the Triforce, because it has nothing to do with the legend of Zelda herself. Like, there's nothing legendary about her in most of these games. She just happens to be a part of it. Anyway, not here to crap on Zelda or Mario, to be honest. Enjoyable games. I enjoy playing them. I'm just saying they don't need it. But getting to it, the retcon is like one of the worst things that can happen to stories. I've already made it very clear that I am very, very adamant about character integrity, about a character existing in this fantasy world, in this fantastic world, whatever it is, whether it's comics, whether it's a book, whatever it is. When you establish this character, eye color, hair color, point of origin, parents, what parentage, whatever it is, once you establish that, you don't change it. Now, that doesn't mean that, if you have an iteration of the story from 20 years ago and you're trying to do a new version of it or carry the story on, but obviously you can't use the same actor, you get a different actor, but you try to get that actor as close to the original look as possible. You don't go, oh, well, you know what, for X, Y, and Z reasons, we're just going to have it a completely different character. It's not going to look anything like him or her. That's bullcrap. Like, the only way a story or characters have, to me, any weight in the stories that they're in is that there is an internal logic or consistency to them. And retconning oftentimes wrecks all of that. In the thumbnail that we've got the conversation between Luke and Ben. The only reason, we make no mistake, the only reason why Obi-Wan looks like a buffoon or a liar or both is because Lucas did not think Vader was Luke's father. He didn't have it in his mind that Luke was Vader's father, or Vader was Luke's father. In the original movie. In the original movie, the original story, yes, Luke's father was a Jedi and Vader killed him. Then he decided, oh no, I want him to be his dad. Instead of going, okay, how can I make this work, this twist, this element, how can I make this actually work based on what we saw? Because here's the other thing too, if you notice, Vader suddenly is able to sense Luke like he was able to sense Obi-Wan. Even though, in theory, like when did he find out that Luke was his son? Vader knows. We know when Vader knows, or we know that he knows because he's the one who told Luke. But when did he realize that? Because he had no inkling in A New Hope. Like, Luke was in the Death Star just as much as Obi-Wan. In theory, if Luke was Vader's father, Vader should have been like, I feel a tingle. I feel a familial tingle. There's something else. But all we get, the closest thing we get is the Force is strong with this one, as Luke's flying through the trench, somehow doing a lot of this movement, even though he's in a freaking trench. But I don't know why Vader couldn't just shot him when he was in the middle. There's plenty of stuff. Manuals bring me back. I had printed copy versions of originals for Diablo and Warcraft 2. Oh, nice. Love the drawings and origin. Yes, Baldrick. Yes, that is. Look, I mean, I would be hard put to say that if they packaged manuals with games now that I'd be poring over them, because most of the time it's like you've got tutorials that kind of do what manuals used to do. But the old stuff, oh yeah, man, I love it. In fact, I've got most of the manuals for pretty much every game that I have. And if I don't have it, like you, I would find the PDF of the manual. Like I do, there's a company out of, not Portugal, not Portland, that's here in the US, begins with a P, Poland. On Etsy, there is a company in Poland. Check this out. Zelda. Just trying to find them really quick. Where are you? I mean, well, first you can get one of these. You can get a giant. I'd thought about it briefly, but I was like, I don't know. But like, you can get this giant like cloth or canvas print of the entire map, which is pretty cool. Like I kind of had in my head that I wanted to get one that's like, I don't know, 2 feet long or shortly less than a meter long that I could roll up like an actual map, you know, and actually put like a little string around it and unroll it during the playthrough and actually look at it like a real map. But I was like, that's like, it wouldn't be a bit, it would actually be functional, but it's kind of expensive bit. Go Box It, is that them? Where are you? I think it is them. Yeah, Go Box It. Okay. Yeah, so they're out of Poland, I believe. Ships from United Kingdom. Huh. Maybe it's not them. It looks a little bit different. But you can see they do reproductions of the Dust Case, which I've actually bought before. Pretty much just like the original. It has a little more, it has like a little bit of a sheen to it where it says Nintendo. It's not like on the originals, it's a very flat red, almost orangish kind of color. And theirs has like, it's very red. It's like fire engine laser red. And it looks really cool. But the material that they make it out of really good stuff. But you can actually, as you see, they do, and then you can get the map. So I have the instruction book, but I don't have the map. The version of the game that I got did not come with a map because it was all busted up. So they do a faithful reproduction of that, and then, they're not going to show you the map. But anyway, so I actually got, and it's like $4. Now, granted, I have to wait like 6 years because it's being shipped from overseas, but it's just kind of a cool thing. So like you get something like that, and I was like, you know what, $4 for a map, that's a little more reasonable, I think. And I want, like, that was the thing. Like the game is complicated enough, and the map is complicated enough that they did include that. They did include a little bit of a walkthrough for the like very beginning, because it is a very dense and kind of cryptic in a way game. So it's cool that they actually have that the manual actually had some pretty. This looks really good. Yeah, man. Yeah, this is. I was very happy to see this stuff. Now I can't. You know what? Let me just look at. I'll just look at my actual order. It is box for, no, it's box for games. See, I think they're out of. Yeah, shift from both. This is who I went with. So slightly, if you notice, the color of the book is a little more. It's a little closer. It's not exact, but it's closer than the other one. And another little thing, I don't know about the other one. But these guys, the inside of the box is that like kind of, I mean, it looks kind of like gray cardboard. A lot of when they do the printing now, they'll do it. It's like bright white. It's like, it's a good material, but it's not what they used for the original. That's actually like very faithful reproduction of the actual box, at least the material. And I think the color is pretty darn close, but yeah, like the dust cover is really good looking. But yeah, I mean, so it's like, if you can't, because, you know, right now these days, if you look up on eBay, just getting any one of these, I mean, the dust jackets are what they are, but like to get an actual map, first of all, most of them are going to be torn in several places, the ones that exist. But like an instruction manual or the box for Legend of Zelda, there are people charging the market overall is dictating like $50 just for the freaking box if it's in good condition, or running you $50 just for the stupid box. So this is a great affordable. I have a lot, not a lot, but I've got several repros just because, especially from a distance, you can't really tell. In fact, my background, yeah, you can see back here. Now, this is original. That's original. Original. Which one is that? I think that's Mega Man 2. Punch Out. Oh, maybe that's the only one. Okay, so yeah, up here. Oh, what's that one over there? Yeah, NFL. Yeah, Punch Out. So that's a repro. That's a reproduction. These were all reasonably priced. They all came with the game, the manual, and the box. They were a little. I mean, back then I had a job. Back then I had a good paying job, and I wanted some authentic vintage stuff. So I paid a little bit for that. But at least you got the whole package. You got everything in there, and I made sure they were all in pretty darn good condition. But Mike Tyson's Punch Out, they want let's see. I don't think you can find. If you go to eBay, Mike Tyson's Punch Out CIB, which is buyer lingo for a complete in box. Now, of course, you're always going to see jackasses trying to sell. Like this guy, it's not just one guy, but there's always a JA out there who's trying to sell his game for a ridiculous amount of money, hoping to God somebody's stupid enough to pay that much. But let's go with we don't have to go that far, but you know what? You can tell if you do price. See, when it's right here, this gives you an indication. I don't know. Oh, wait, I don't have it up. Sorry. This gives you an indication. I don't know how familiar you are with eBay, if anybody uses it, but it doesn't show the cursor, does it? Because it's just showing you the window. Oh, that's kind of cool, but also not because I can't show you. Anyway, if you look and it says under $200, that means most of the listings you're going to find are $200 or more. You're not going to find a complete inbox and so I'm not paying $200 for a complete inbox Mike Tyson. But I mean, it's rare. But yeah, $500. Like I said, $200. I mean, most of the ones I got were $100 or less, which I'm like, okay. They were $50 on release. If they double in price because they're more rare now and it's harder to find stuff that's in good condition, so you can get less, but look, the box is all torn up. Yeah, who wants that? I'm not going to display that. That's ridiculous. So yeah, so I paid $10 for a reproduction box. You can't tell from a distance. All I want is the overall look. I don't know why I'm getting off on this tangent. Yeah, I guess we could just wait. All these tabs. Oh, I guess I closed out of the one we had up here. Oh, there we go. The Legend of Zelda behind us. Oh, that's kind of cool. Only several years ago, I got some manuals. One for a game that came without it, and one for a game of which I have a new DVD version. Comes without physical manual, but I wanted the old manual too. Which game was? Oh, I'm guessing, Baldur, because I know you mentioned Warcraft 2 and Diablo by name, so I'm guessing these are games that I probably wouldn't know of. Maybe they're local, they're lesser known games. But you said several years ago you had some manuals. One for a game that came out without one, came without it. Wait, okay. So I guess you do the eBays. A new DVD version. One of the old manual too. But yeah, so I mean, let's see. Warcraft 2 manual. Dang, they had Warcraft 2 for the Sega Saturn? Warcraft 2? No, that's for the whole game. Is this the actual? Or is this I think this is the real thing. Yeah, the PC game, case, manual, and DLC. Oh, and a frame. So yeah, I guess you just want to display only. I mean, it does look kind of cool, and I guess, Baldrick, I'm guessing you have a CD drive, CD-ROM, as it were, so you could actually play or DVD drive. I was just wondering if they actually had a repro. Well, maybe I should type that in there. That would. Well, there's a Final Fantasy repro. Damn. $32 for a repro of that manual. That thing, is that thick? I don't know. It's not even in English. Well, it kind of is. Some of it's in English, some of it isn't. That's an expensive repro right there. You can get the game for $60. The deluxe game, which is the game, the real manual, the real map, stickers, and whatever else. Oh, excuse me. Probably gonna do it again. Am I gonna do it again? No, I decided not to. And the only reason I know, because there's a YouTuber. YouTube. Well, should I do that? I don't know. What was it called? What was it just called? Tunic. That's it. Nope, that's not it. Mortismal Gaming? No, it had a close-up of the cover on it. Well, I can't find him. Anyway, he did a review. He's probably like 10 years younger than me. He did a review on Zelda, the original Zelda. And his view of it was kind of like mine. I didn't really appreciate it for what it was. I started playing it. I'm like, okay, I actually dig it, and I can appreciate why people like it so much. And he said there's really no there's no successor to it, because Legend of Zelda 2 is, like, for the most part, a side-scroller adventure RPG versus what it used to be. But he said the spiritual successor is Tunic, which I think was like an indie game. Is it The Escapist? No, not in 3 minutes. Anyway, he said, look, stop the video. If you have not played Tunic, stop the video right now. Do not watch any further and play it. Like, don't let my video ruin it for you, because it is like the spiritual successor. It's fantastic. Anyway, he talked it up. So I actually looked into it and I was like, oh, cool. Because usually games like this that are not like mass released, you want to try to find it after the Kickstarter or whatever it was. You're going to pay like $3,000, but you can actually find a deluxe version with that. So it just has all the information, all the stuff for like $60. So seeing somebody trying to sell a repro manual for it for 30 is a bit tone deaf, but I don't know, maybe somebody will buy it. Anyway, probably, but they're not local. One is Myth, the Fallen Lords. Myth, the Fallen Lords. Let's see. Does it have Krampus in it? Oh, Bungie. Okay, so I believe that was. They are the father of Halo, right? Like they were the studio that Halo came out of. 1997 RTS. Also, Baldrick, you're like an old school RTS player. I mean, Warcraft 2. I mean, I guess that's the only one. I mean, Diablo's not really an RTS, but where's the screenshot? Okay, there you go. Yeah. Wow, thanks for. I always hate that when you get like you can't see. Oh yeah, you can. Why are you able to see the cursor now? That's weird. When it gives you the hourglass. Oh no, yeah. When it gives you the little magnifying glass and you magnify it, and all it does is take the frame away, but there's no zoomed in. It's just you have to do. Does that say Sean Connery? It says Sean Connery. Sean Connery, William Wallace, James Maxwell, Walter Scott, Andrew Carnegie. So this is historically accurate. Cool. I remember that time where they all kind of got together and did the thing. But I think that was the clutch thing. Now, I don't think they had that in Warcraft 2. You can correct me, Baldur, because I never played Warcraft 2. But Warcraft 3, the cool thing was you had heroes that were their own thing. They could sway battles. They were the ones, they had the RPG element where you could kind of level them up and everything and give them special weapons and items and stuff. It looks like you could do the same thing there, which is kind of ahead of its time. There wasn't, like I said, I think Warcraft 2 was just kind of RTS, like Command and Conquer type thing. Yep, I have a DVD drive. Yep, I played RTS games a lot more then. Yeah, RTS. The RTS is like the fighting genre for me. I love it so much, but I suck at it. So like I geeked out. I mean, I geeked out so hard with Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I can't play it to save my life. Like I can't even beat the computer, much less a human being. But I love it. it's so cool. I enjoy the heck out of the mechanics of it and the cool moves and everything. RTS is kind of the same way. I enjoy the heck out of it, but I suck at it. I can beat the computer if you give me enough tries, but as soon as I go up against a human, you could bum rush me in like 2 minutes. I'm gone. So I never leaned too hard into it because I always knew I was just kind of kidding myself. But in Fallen Lords, all units have their own names. Wow, they leveled up, etc. But you couldn't build things. You got a finite amount of troops, and you had to complete the mission. You know what that sounds like? That sounds Westeroth. Are you familiar with this? I feel like this would be right up your alley. Is it Westnoth? Yeah. So I can't remember. A friend recommended this. I can't remember if it was his friends that made the game or it was just, but it sounds like the same thing. You have your party is comprised, like you have like 9 people or you can make as many as you want, but you level them up. And if they die, they die. They're just gone. You don't bring them back. You don't revive them. But you can advance them kind of like Final Fantasy, the original, where you can take like a baby mage and grow them into an adult mage and then morph them into another thing. But again, if they die, they're gone. So you got to try to spread the love, but you can name each of them. And so it's, and again, you don't build anything, you just move with them. So it sounds, of it. Does that sound pretty close to what you're talking about then? The finite amount of troops? Well, yeah. Sounds like you might have more troops in this one. I played a few RTS, but just story mode stuff. Yeah, Warcraft 3 was that for me. Now, Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, which is essentially, as I said before, Age of Empires 2 engine with Star Wars paint on it. That one I didn't play through the campaigns because it just didn't interest me, really, for whatever reason. I would just play against the computer all the time. But Warcraft 3, that's almost all I've ever played. I've only played maybe 2 or 3 like free arrangement. I did try to create my own stories through the world building, the map builder you can do, where I try to do it like where, Arthas, or I have a new character named Jared or something who needs to claim the sword, and when he does that, he gains these new abilities. But I can never get it to work right. And games that you create for yourself, at least for me, they're not as fun as games that other people. Even if somebody else made the exact same game, the fact that it came out of my head, it's just not as fun to play because I know how to beat it. Okay, I just need to make sure I go here and avoid these camps of these creatures here and grab the sword, and then that's going to make him invincible or whatever. But I tried doing that. It was kind of fun trying to learn, I don't know, kindergarten version of coding. It wasn't really coding, but it was like a step removed from that where you had to figure out if, then this, but this, and whatever. But anyway, also Alpha Centauri. I spelled it wrong, even though you spelled it for me. Wait. I was going to say, that sounds familiar. So there, it's Total War Warhammer. Always tempts me to try it. StarCraft and Age of Mythology. Age of Mythology. Age of Mythology is Age of Empires, but with like gods, Greek gods and everything, right? Is it? Yeah. Okay. Army building. Yeah. But maybe it's not on the same engine. Ensemble Studios. I don't think that's the same studios. Spin off from the Age of Empires. Okay, yeah, same. Yeah. I really liked. We went through this before, where you start off as cavemen, or you can start off at whatever epoch you want, but the game naturally would start you off at like cavemen. You can go all the way up to like cyber robots and whatever stuff. I like that one a lot. The graphics were dated when I played it. This is a pretty good looking RTS though. Total War Warhammer. Oh wow. I did not expect to see a Griffin. Has it come out yet? 2016. Okay, so probably not I mean, RTS graphics are a little more forgiving in terms of how they age. Because I still want to get, of course it had to be EA, of course it did. But from what I understand, one of the best RTSs was a Lord of the Rings. I can't remember what it's called now. Battle for Middle Earth, I think, or Battle for Middle Earth 2, maybe both. But either way, they're freaking expensive as hell and hard to play because EA never actually released it as like a digital deal. And they only did limited printings of it. So it's really freaking hard to get your hands on it. It's expensive. And then you have to be able to run it. But apparently it was the cat's pajamas. And it was older. It was like, obviously came out shortly after the movies did. But like this came out in 2016. Oh, it's on Steam too. Oh yeah, that looks pretty. I think we looked at this once. The Dream Fantasy crossover is here. They came from behind. Yeah, this almost looks like a Warcraft verse instead of okay, the character designs aren't as chunky as Warcraft. That's really the only way I would know at a glance. We talked about this before, like Warcraft, and I love it. I love the art style, but the Warcraft characters are the ones where the cover is like this thick, not the whole book, just the cover. This is the cover, this is the cover, and then there's like 4 pages in between. It's just like chunky. Everything is chunky in the art style. That's how you know it's Warcraft. So Warhammer, that does look good. Not gonna lie, that does look pretty damn good. And if it has a strong campaign, I like you, Michael Bailey. If it has a strong single player campaign, I would be tempted to jump in because I love the heck out of Warcraft 3. Like, I didn't even mind Reforged. I mean, that game is apparently universally panned, but because I was never trying to get on the leaderboards, I was never trying to play multiplayer. It didn't promise. It didn't fulfill its promise. Like the cutscenes were not what they were supposed to be, but it still looked a heck of a lot better than the ridiculous polygons of the original. Like the character models look great, and they moved the same. You didn't have to worry about like, oh, well, this unit now moves faster. It just, the online play was not optimized or something. I don't know. I don't think it deserved all the hate, but for somebody like me who just likes to play the campaign, it was great. I have it somewhere. I haven't bothered to play it because once it's one of those stories that you only need to play it like once every 5 years or so. But yeah, man, if that has a good first person story or a good single player campaign, I'd be salivating as well. But yeah, StarCraft, I have played that one. I haven't played the second one. That gets a lot of crap too. But I've read the story. I mean, you could say it's a little sentimental or whatever, but I kind of like that. I like having a little supernatural, like where the ending, you don't really know exactly what happens, but you kind of get the illusion, it kind of alludes to the fact that there's not even a happily ever after, but just that, the two characters that went through all this hell, first together and then separate as enemies and then frenemies, they don't want to kill each other, but they're fighting each other. And, a little bit of a love story in there. I guess that's too saccharine for some people. Maybe they're referring to other elements of it because I didn't watch the whole thing. I just kind of watched to see how that developed. I don't know. But I also wasn't like, oh, she has to be nasty Zerg lady or she's not cool anymore. Which I don't mean to downplay that perspective. I'm just like, you can tell what people fixate on in certain things by how they talk about, like, I remember people were discussing Alien 1 versus Aliens. And it was like, oh no, because we were talking about Aliens 3. And spoiler alert, Aliens, the whole story is pretty much Ripley keeping herself alive, rescuing Newt, who's this little girl, keeping her alive, and then there's Bishop, who's like an android, a cyborg human thing. And what's his face? The guy who plays Reese in Terminator. I can't remember the guy's name. He was in a lot of stuff back then. Not Colonel Sanders, whatever his name was. Anyway, but it's about them surviving. And like out of all the people, all the troops, all the stuff, you have these few survivors that manage to make it through. And they're not unscathed. Like the guy is missing like half his face because of acid and stuff. And he's beat all to hell. Ridley's gone through the ringer. Newt's, psychologically traumatized. Bishop is half, like he's been cut in half and hydraulic fluid leaking everywhere. So it's not like they it wasn't a fairy tale ending. They survived. And Aliens 3 starts with them essentially all dead. Everybody with Ripley is dead. And it got a lot of flack, and people were saying, oh, but that's the heart of the series. It's supposed to be dark and dystopian and depressing and everything. It's like, no, that's what you read into it. And those elements are certainly in there, but you can't argue that is the core, that is the heart of Alien, is just this really eerily sci-fi perverse where everybody's getting orally pillaged. And it's supposed to be like this kind of, have this, supposed to make you feel violated just watching it. And hey, I think the director said as much, but like that, I wouldn't call that the heart of the story. I think it's perfectly okay to have them survive. We don't have to pick up the story with them. They could just have them, okay, they survived, but like they went out of their way to kill them off. And I think it was revealed later the director hated the character of Newt for whatever reason. I don't like child actors in general, or I don't like children in movies, a large part because I don't think there's enough good child actors to carry that kind of load. I thought the actress who played Newt was fantastic, and I thought the character was fine. She was very realized, very realistic in terms of how she behaved, at least as far as you can imagine. And she wasn't like this dead weight. Like, she was a survivor. She survived until they were able to come. Like, she wasn't stupid. She didn't make a bunch of stupid decisions. And so it's like, I don't understand that. I didn't understand why the director hated her. There's plenty of other young, children characters who survive who I don't think should. But anyway, bottom line is, but you hear people talk, and they're projecting what they liked about it, that it was dark and morbid and people suck and the world sucks and the galaxy is dark and messed up. I'm like, yeah, I get that that's kind of a tone there, but that's kind of your own, that's what you liked about it. And you could argue it was less mysterious and more action oriented, the second one. But then that just goes to say, okay, maybe it's not all that. Maybe like, I think it's perfectly fine to have a movie that is a little more, phone boothy, where it's like you're a contained thing. It's everything's on a ship and it's kind of claustrophobic and you have a smaller cast and it's more intimate, a little more mystery, a little more like Resident Evil freaky kind of stuff. And then you open it up a little bit more and your next movie's a little bit bigger in scope and has a little more action in it than the suspense, because the cat's out of the bag, no pun intended, because there's a cat in the thing, but like we get it, but there's no more mystery. We get it. They bleed acid, which is still kind of confounds me how, and Michael Bailey, maybe you can explain, because you're a microbiologist and all that, how a being can have internal organs and internal system and everything that, and even external, that is immune to the effects of acid, but still is affected by like small arms fire and like other things. Like, so it's not like heavily plated or shielded in any way. It's just somehow organic life that doesn't respond properly to acid. Like acid that eats metal, that's their blood. That's what gives them life. And yet, anyway, bottom line, people saying this is what makes the series. I don't necessarily go for that. Why was I saying that? We were talking about, StarCraft. It's like, I don't know. Anyway, StarCraft was great. Age of Mythology was one of my favorite RTS games. Nice. Oh, look at that. But yeah, so Alpha Centauri, I guess, is an RTS. What's going on here? The Lost 90s 3D art. Artistic interpretation and creations. No, that can't be right. Am I spelling it wrong? Is that not the full name? What are you giving here, Michael Bailey? Because this is the interwebs. If it's not on here, it doesn't exist. Unless you're just talking about literally the actual 3D modeling. I'm perplexed and dangerously close to being vexed. Thor was my favorite. Dwarves and free gold. Oh, that sounds. What was the downside, Michael? There's always that downside. So what did it cost you? What were your units bad, slow, or what was your economy bogged down by? Because that sounds like a pretty upside. Free gold, which I'm guessing is a primary currency. Or is it like, was it like Age of Empires where gold is just one of like 4? What is it? Wood, gold, stone. Well, that's Warcraft. I think that's also Age of Empires. Silver. No, that's the one that I can't remember the name of. That had like 7 different materials or whatever it was. Like, you know, certain troops could be built using this kind of ore. Certain ones had to have this kind of ore. They all needed stone. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Alpha Centauri is a spin-off of Sid Meier's Civilization 2. Oh, but in space. It was ahead of its time in complexity. I gotcha. Now, Civilization, that's turn-based, right? I don't think I've ever played that. I think that was a little too brainy for me. Not like I couldn't comprehend it. I just, like RTS, you get to say, go fight, and you get to see them fight each other. I think, isn't Civilization... Well, Civilization 2, goodness gracious, that's some old stuff right there. I mean, I say that, and yet, if they made like a modern version of SimCity, I would probably play the crap out of it. Well, not the crap. I'd probably play it for a little while. But yeah, I think it's a little more, because isn't there like there's multiple ways to win? But I think it's like very turn-based. It's not like you're building your villages and your stuff while your opponent is, and then you fight, you know, correct and all that kind of stuff. It's like, I do this. Almost I would say like a board game, right? But a very complex board game is my understanding of it. But yeah, it was like, yeah, I think, right? Battle for Middle-earth, such good movie games. Which is weird, Baldrick, that like those words are rarely ever said in the same sentence. Good movie games, those are so hard to find. So hard to find. At least in my experience, and others who at least grew up in my generation of consoles. Like Nintendo games, Super Nintendo games, 64, they didn't do it as much, like at all. GameCube didn't do it. They kind of got away from it. Maybe the other systems did, like PlayStation. Yeah, they did, because then they were doing like Lord of the Rings and stuff. But like, unless you're talking like the earlier Lego games, like Lego Lord of the Rings, Lego Star Wars, yeah, most of the time, if it was a movie property being adapted like by LJN or whatever, it was almost always a stinker and like horrible. But like, I played Batman Returns. It's a beat 'em up. It's actually pretty darn good. Or not bad, I should say. But yeah, it's rare. So to actually have now, I don't know if it was all the hype from the movie, but if I'm not mistaken, pretty much every video game made based on Lord of the Rings did very well. It was very well received. In Fallen Lords, all units have their own names. Oh yeah, right. Okay, we got there. I actually did some research papers on how to use video games in the history classroom. Hey, Inu, he's back. What do you mean, Inu? How did that work? Research papers on how to use video games in the history class. So as a teaching tool, Inu. And now is that because I think it was Age of Empires. They actually, you could do campaigns that are based on historically, I'm guessing mostly historically accurate events. So it would be like, you are Napoleon and you are fighting the Battle of Waterloo and this is how it went down. And your goal is to, I guess you'd be fighting against him unless you want to lose. I think he lost Waterloo. I don't have to listen to the ABBA song again. You are the Waterloo. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a big fan of. I got their entire catalog. I know their songs like the back of my head. I hate Reforged because if I log in, it will renew the original. It will rewrite the original, and the original had far more options and campaigns. Really? Also was mod friendly. Also, it crashed a lot less than Reforged. Okay, the crashing I couldn't vouch for because like I said, I only played through the first campaign. Did it really have more options and campaigns? I thought they reproduced all the campaigns. Did they really skins on that? They didn't actually finish the game. I know they rewrote some dialogue, And I will always the scouring of Stormhold, or what the heck that thing was called, the one where Jaina and Uther bail on Arthas. I hate that mission. I hate that entire plot point so very much. It's disgusting. It really is. It's one of the least, like, you could kind of, like, Arthas' downfall after that, I feel is kind of believable, how he could just kind of keep, if nothing else, you got the not lost cause. What is that called? Lost time fallacy or something? Sunken something fallacy, where essentially you've gone so far, you've lost this many troops for this goal. It feels bad to stop and just say, okay, cut our losses. Sunken fallacy. Anyway, I get that. They do a pretty good job of convincing you that Arthas could make these crappy decisions later on, because he just kind of gets so focused. But then but in order to get there, he had to have the two people he cared about and that were, good influences on him, bail on him, because he wanted to kill people that were proven to be infected with something that was going to actively turn them into zombies. So instead of sparing them, well, hang on a second. I will have to fix that later. I have the Zapper, the Nintendo Zapper. I just have it sitting on top of my TV, kind of sitting there, and it's being held there with the blue tacky stuff. It looks cool because it's kind of sitting there all poised. Looks like it's a good like decor piece. But apparently the little sticky stuff didn't stick, and it just went over and it took my VCR / Nintendo splitter with it. I thought I was going to lose some stuff, but I got it in time. Don't worry. The peril was great, but all was avoided. I won't tell you about it anymore. What was I talking about? Oh, Reforged. Yeah. So anyway, I got off on a tangent there. So I know they redid some of the dialogue there, but I think it's the same effect. But yeah, they were the two people that were there that were supposed to be like, that could have helped him keep on the narrow path, but they were stupid. And he's like, I'm not going to be stupid like you. And so they were like, well, we're going to be stupid and bail on you now. And so then he was left to his own devices, and he just kind of went off a cliff. Frostmourne hungers. But yeah, I didn't realize that there was actually legit campaign content missing in Reforged. Reforged crashed several times during Blizzard's official tournaments, making the game unplayable, so they had to stop the tournaments altogether. Oh, wow. Also, don't mess with the game I bought. That's the first and largest no-no. Wait a minute. Oh, I got you. We were talking about rewriting the old one? Yeah. Yeah, that was a bizarre, like, give me a choice. If I've got the disk space and I want to have two versions of the game on my PC or my Linux machine, whatever you're using, that should be my call. But, I mean, I'm over it with these companies for the most part. Switch is probably going to be the last console that I buy. And even like Steam, like I'm very reluctant to buy. Companies don't have a great track record of being consumer friendly. Video game companies in particular. Nintendo did for a little while. I mean, way back when. They've just gotten worse and worse over time. But I resent. That's why I didn't even buy. What was it when it came out? I think it was Warcraft 3. I didn't even look into any of the stuff for Warcraft 3. I didn't even get to the graphics part. As soon as they said you have to have an online connection to play, I was like, nope. Because too many times I've lost internet. Too many times I've been somewhere where I don't have the internet, and I shouldn't have to be logged in just to play the stupid game. Like that, it's asinine. And it's for safety and privacy, or piracy and whatever. No, you're just making it worse, you dumbasses. But yeah, so they didn't even get out the door with that one. So Switch, I was willing to do because you could still there are some games that do need like DLC or updates technically. But if you have the game is on the cartridge for most of the ones, at least that I have. So you can play it without an online connection. You just may not get whatever updates they came out with or patches that they developed, which isn't great, but at least you're not dependent on that online connection to play the stupid thing. Whereas, with Blizzard and some of these other companies, they've just gone ham on it. And it's like, you've got to be logged into you got to be logged into Steam, then you got to be logged into their own particular server thing, and you got to do this, and they're tracking. They got what are they called? Not DMCs. There's these things in there where it's like, they got to have all your personal information, and they want your driver's license. And it's like, screw you. Like you like younger gamers, they can probably get away with that because they don't know any better. But like, I grew up with Nintendo. I grew up in a time where you could just pop the card in the game, play it. The complete game was there, finished. It may have you may be able to glitch it out. It may have some things that you could screw with, but it was a functioning game. If there were those that could soft lock or crash, they were a very rare case. The worst thing you had to worry about was, I just learned this recently, like in Legend of Zelda, one of the few early games that have a battery backup, it says expressly, when turning the power off, hold the reset button in when you turn the power off to avoid losing your save files. And I did some research on it. It turns out that when you're turning the power off, apparently there's still electricity going through the boards, going through the system, but it's not constant. It's not measured like it is when the system is on. And so that variability or inconsistency can trigger an overwrite where it inserts data into your save file, which corrupts it and you lose your save. But if you hold the reset down, it essentially disengages the system. It's almost like putting the car in neutral. Like if you have a manual car, stick shift, if you will, you put it in neutral, you can hit the gas all you want. It's not going to do anything because the gears aren't engaged. So hitting reset pauses all of that, and you hit power. And so it dissipates the remaining energy, and you don't have to worry about random bits and pieces of save files being put in or taken out. So very fascinating. But like, aside from stuff like that, we had generations of games that didn't require any of this crap. So and companies made good money. Like Nintendo thrived with that kind of thing. And now they're trying to get away with all this bull crap. And like you said, Reforged should not overwrite your save file, should not overwrite the older game. But yet it's a mandatory thing. It's going to happen automatically. So the less choices I have over the thing I bought, and people are like, oh, well, you didn't really buy it. You bought the right to play it. No, if I didn't buy it, as the old saying goes, I mean, I'm not saying I agree with the rationale, but on the surface it checks. I haven't thought about it too deeply, but like, if I don't own it, I can't pirate it. Or if nobody owns it, then nobody pirates it. Again, I'm not advancing that myself. I don't know, but they want it both ways. Well, you don't really own it, but you also can't get it from somewhere else. And then you have the whole secondhand market. Like, I mean, almost everything I have right now came from the secondhand market because I didn't keep it from when I was a kid. You're not going to be able to do that with new stuff. Like Switch 2? No, because it's a code and it's associated with your account. So you can't sell it. You can't pass it on to people. You can't get rid of it or sell it. So there's no resale market. It's retarded, like literally retarded. And I don't know if there's going to be enough pushback. Like, gamers can get really pissed off, but they don't necessarily have the best impulse control from what I've seen. So, I mean, we could shut it down in a heartbeat. If all the gamers say, nope, if your game requires this and this, we're not going to buy it. We're not going to play it. The companies will figure it out because otherwise they just go out of business. But there's far too many gamers that are just like, I must have newest thing. Can't live without it. Which, look, I'm coming from a privileged place where I can enjoy the old games, and I do. And so I don't need the new thing. And so it doesn't hurt me to say, no, I'll just miss out on that. But anyway. But yeah, don't mess with the game. Exactly. Like, I bought the game. I have it. I own it. I paid you $50 for it. You didn't say I bought it. I bought a license to play it for a fixed amount of time. I bought it. I own it. You don't get to screw with it. I feel like PS2 had some great movie games. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Inu, I think, isn't that what, well, I think my friend had it for Xbox, but I think Lord of the Rings, PlayStation. I mean, to be fair, PlayStation, yeah. See, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. These games right here, Like, well, I don't know about that one. Dragon Quest, it looks like, or Aragorn's Quest. But the ones that were based off the movies, they did really well. I mean, to be fair, I don't know that PlayStation had too many duds. I mean, I haven't looked into it, but I mean, it had, I mean, a ridiculous size. I think it is still to this day the best-selling console in the world of all time. Best-selling console of all time. You got to say of all time. If you just say best-selling, nobody cares. You got to say of all time. Here we go. This looks like a visual-friendly. There we go. Yep, PlayStation 2, Nintendo DS. Oh, man. I wish I'd gotten into the handheld thing. I grew up with, I mean, yeah, I never had a Game Boy. I did have a Game Boy Advance SP, which isn't even on the list. Of course, anything that I owned couldn't be that cool. Wow, the PlayStation 4 is still more than the Switch? And I mean, PlayStation 2, just by far, that's ridiculous. But yeah, but I'm just bummed out every time. Like I'll see like, they did a remake of whatever game, and I'm like, great. Oh, it came out on the DS or the 3DS or whatever. Like, oh, come on, man. Like, I don't know. I just like if I traveled a lot, I probably would have had a portable system because, or the Switch would be even more important, or the Switch Lite. But I typically don't like playing games on the go. Like, I like to, and I'm not typically traveling enough. I'm not on a long bus ride or on a long whatever that much where I need it. And if I'm going to be home, I want to play it on the stinking TV. So I just never got into the portable gaming console thing, which is a bummer because there were a lot of games that people think are, and I'll just say, there are a lot of awesome games that came out on these portable systems. And aside from having that at Game Boy Advance SP which was a great little system, I regret selling it. That was on me. I sold it. I was adult. I knew better. I should have known, but that was back when I was on I'm going to be mature, and because it's time for me to get married, and I don't want my wife to think I'm just like one of these like loser gamers. So I'm going to sell all my game systems and just have to buy them back. But of course, I bought it when I was working at Circuit City. I had an employee discount, and I bought like 10 games for it or whatever. And I think I got it for like $80, 85, because the 3DS was out of the DS, and so like it wasn't the hotness anymore. But now you try to get a Game Boy Advance SP and you're going to pay for a used one. You're going to pay like $7,000. Actually, you know what? Maybe the Nintendo Switch brought the price down because Game Boy Advance SP. I had Cobalt or Onyx. See, $1 million. I mean, I'd love to get new, but I'm not even going to look up the price of a new one. But here we go. Let's see. Price range. Under $80. Okay, maybe the Switch brought the price down. Look, I love this bull crap. That's why. Look, I got nothing against any other country, but I see 84, 44. I'll pay $10 for shipping. You want to charge me $74? I'm not saying it's not right. I mean, it's coming from Australia. It may cost that much to ship it. I'm not saying they're gouging me, but like it doesn't count. Like that pricing does not count. Now these look like they're kind of battered and beat up. But then you get some of these. Okay, located in Japan. I don't know if I could even play that one. But like if I was going to buy one again, I would buy, I mean, it was so cool. Now, I don't have monster hands, but my hands are a little bit bigger than I think the ideal target. So it was a little hard to play. But I would have to have a job where I'm regularly traveling for this to be worthwhile. But it kills me though, because I remember seeing like there's a Game Boy that looks like an old Nintendo, like the classic Nintendo. And I remember seeing it on the shelf and it was $85. And now, look at it. Most of these are coming out of Japan. But yeah, I guess you can get one for under $7,000 now. But like, they just came out. There's a series called Mega Man Zero, which isn't my favorite, but it's pretty cool. I had 2 of those games on the Game Boy Advance. But they ported it to the Switch so I can play it on a big screen and see it. And I'm like, I would rather play it that way. Anyway, how did I get off on that? I don't know. But, oh yeah, to what you're saying. Right. Yeah, like PS2, I mean, It's crazy. It was so successful. It had such a robust and healthy library. I mean, there were duds. You're going to have it with the volume of games. How many games were released? I was actually tempted to look into buying a used PS2 because that's probably the last generation of console. Well, maybe PS3. The PS3 wasn't as good though, I don't think. But I think that was like one of the last console generations where you didn't have to have, or I don't even think you had an internet connection, So like I want to get as much vintage, like old school games that are good that I don't have to worry about a server going down or whatever else. 3,800, over 3,800. So we'll say under, somewhere around 4,000. Now, granted, you had a Madden game every single year. Like you had FIFA every year, you had Madden every year. So as long as it was around, you had a crap ton of just shovelware. I call it shovelware. When you release the exact same game with a slightly different roster and slightly enhanced graphics every single year, I think it's crap. But that's still a lot of freaking games. And so you're going to have some duds in there, but I would not doubt that it has the highest concentration of quality games versus any other system. Exactly. The teaching tools are analyzing them to understand the market of history, what is celebrated or what is misleading. Interesting. Okay. Now, let me ask you, and if you're still, it was genuinely felt like it was about the quality of the content and gameplay with the PS2. Right. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. PlayStation was firing on all cylinders. Sony was firing on all cylinders when they did the PlayStation 2. That was their, I'll say this now, granted, it sold better than every Nintendo. Like, I don't even know that, where is it? I don't even think the original Nintendo is on there anywhere. No. Like, so however many the original Nintendo sold, it didn't even make it. The Game Boy sold more than the Nintendo. Super Nintendo isn't even on there. 64 isn't on there. That's no surprise. That thing sucked. Offense meant. Anybody who liked the 64. What came after the GameCube? Of course, we know that wasn't on there. That was one of the worst selling before the Wii U. But like, it's just embarrassing that like the Switch is that's fine. The Switch I think is a good console. Granted, I think 50% of the content that's worth a damn on the Switch is a freaking port from the Wii U, or some other system. But still, it filled a niche. It's the marriage of the Nintendo DS and the Wii, I guess. But like Nintendo, Super Nintendo, granted, to be fair to Nintendo, at least for the NES, it was reclaiming or reestablishing trust in an industry that had completely lost it. The quality had gotten so abysmal. Honestly, that's when people talk about maybe we may be entering another crash. It's because of what we're seeing here. Just crap tons of games coming out. So much of them are abysmal, shovelware, what have you. You got some indie studios coming out with some good stuff. But your AAA titles, a lot of them are just a huge disappointment. And it's like, that's what happened. You just had an oversaturation of crappy games, and it caused the market to crash, the gaming market. So the original Nintendo, I say it probably would have sold better if it wasn't trying to repave that road. They had to pretend that it was a toy to get parents to buy it for their kids and make it an entertainment system instead of a video game system. They had to completely rebrand it. So I think that Nintendo could have been even bigger than it was, but it was really having to come against the bias that people now had against gaming consoles. Super Nintendo, there's no excuse for it to not be higher on this list. Other than you had Super Nintendo and Genesis. I wonder if you combined... That's a good question, Jesse. Combined sales of Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. That's it? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's embarrassing. Put together Super Nintendo and Sega. It must have been the population. It was a smaller population. People weren't making as many babies. We got more babies now. The world is a bigger place. More people mean more consoles. There's no other way to excuse that. So at what could be argued as that generation's pinnacle, you were looking at just under 80 million combining both, which still doesn't even get it on this list. Even if you combine Sega and Super Nintendo, it doesn't make this list. That's a crock of poo. See, I was thinking like the Game Boy, because it was just so far and above and beyond, it didn't have any competition. It was so much cheaper. So much, I mean, the Game Gear and some of the other portable systems could perform better or did better things, but they require like double the batteries. They took up twice the space. The battery life was incredibly short. The library wasn't as robust. Like, as ugly as the Game Boy was in many ways, it was the ultimate portable system. It had no peer. So I'm like, all right, that's why it would sell. So I would have expected a combination of the Super Nintendo and Genesis, which were the biggest competitors at that time, to at least get up there into the 80s. But that's embarrassing. Wow. So yeah, but Inu, so my question for you is this, my friend. And this is not a loaded question. I'm genuinely curious, and there's probably not a clean answer for this. But I'm just curious, how do you parse? Is there a methodology aside from corroborating sources? So like, I'm not positive, but I would venture to guess that Germany, Austria, Russia, Japan, and the US all have, and the UK, or France and freaking Britain or the UK, all have probably some places where they vary. I'm just taking World War II because it's an easy point of reference for everything. That they all deviate in small ways from accounts of the war, and probably some of them in very big ways in terms of the cause of the war, what happened during the war, etc. So how do you, when you say, and I'm only bringing that up basically because we're talking about RTS, which is, battles and wars. So from a historical, as a history buff, as it were, when you say, analyzing the tools to understand the market of history and what is celebrated or what is misleading, how do you pinpoint when you have all these different sources? Some are going to be official, some are going to be first-hand accounts, second-hand accounts from different countries who, again, there may be some overlap. Maybe there's more overlap than I think, but a lot of them are probably going to have different accounts in significant ways because of their own perspective on it and what they knew about it, what their governments allowed them to know about it, or what, they were able to find out about it. Like, so how do you, if you're doing that kind of examination, when you were doing your thesis, you're looking at the game and going, okay, well, the people who made this game, it's misleading, the way they portrayed this particular battle. But based on what source? Like, how do you, or do you say it's likely that they were misleading, or you say like, because you're going to have multiple accounts of it, or is it like you can say within a particular degree of certainty that this retelling is grossly embellished? There's no single account that exists that portrays this particular event or this campaign this way. The casualties were only half by the highest estimates. Like, is it that kind of thing, or is it really trying to parse? Well, by their accounts, because there was some battle that was it was a big deal between Britain and France, and it's supposed to be this like big rah-rah for Britain where they were outmatched by, like, I think it begins with an A, the battle. It's like Antwerp or something. But it's like they were outmatched by 8-1 or something like that. But there was you had the French cavalry, but it had rained. And so they got stuck in the mud and the armor weighed them down. And so, because of that and because of strategic retreat or whatever, the British were able to do it. It was like a big turning point. It was a big deal. But that's contended, as to how many casualties there were. And was it really 8-1 or was it 2-1 or 1-1 or was it, the other way around? Like, I always just find it interesting. Like, I always took history at face value. Just like when I was a kid, I took movies and video games at face value. I didn't think there was such a thing as a bad movie or a bad video game because there's just no such thing. Somebody made a game. You may not like it, but it's still a game. Like, there's no good game or bad game. It's either fun or it's just not for you. Like, even at that age, it was like, I didn't enjoy it. But it wasn't like, oh, that's a crappy game. I mean, there were some probably that would have gotten that label, and deservedly so, because there are some really just objectively bad games out there. But Why was I go off on that tangent? Objectively, games, movies. Oh, because I never thought about there being like a bad movie. I never thought, I opened my history book. I never once thought this may not be accurate. It's a book. There's a lot of them. It's thick. It's got small letters. It was printed by these people. Of course, everything in there is going to be correct. And if it's not, my teacher's going to tell me otherwise. Or, the next printing will have the slight tweak or update. But I have since found, not only by living current history and seeing how that is butchered and twisted and all context is stripped away and everything, but even just reading like other accounts and other history books and other things, it's like it's not as clear cut. It's not like, well, this was printed in a book, and we know. We don't know everything in the world. All the history is true, but we can vouch that whatever's in this book was printed only because it was verified by multiple sources and it's 100% correct. And, if there is a variance, it's very small or whatever, but that's not the case. It's just like anything else. There's bad history. There's bad recollections. There's bad retellings. There's people with a vested interest in history being told in a certain way or whatever. Now, I have nothing in my mind about who exactly. I would say there's plenty of groups out there at different points in history who had vested interest in telling history a certain way. So as a student of that, how do you parse that? How do you stand on a certainty? Or do you just go based off of, because that's the thing. In general, we're not like truth is not formed on consensus, but it seems like from history, it would have to be that, right? It would be, okay, out of the 30 known manuscripts that talk about this event, 28 of them describe it going down this way. And one of them is very, very similar with the small difference. And this other one is just probably written by a turd muffin who was trying to screw with everybody. Oh, that was a really long way to ask a question that probably doesn't have a very short or satisfying answer. I'm just curious. The PlayStation, as an abominable and embarrassing, look, I give the PlayStation 2 all the credit in the world. It looks good. PlayStation 1 was an abomination equal to that of the Nintendo 64. It was an ugly, ugly system. Not the system itself, but the games were just a big pile of muddy mess. When I think of PlayStation, I think of Conker's Bad Fur Day. Did that come out? I don't even know if that came out on that. Conker's Bad Fur Day. Okay, that was exclusively for the 64, but that's what I think of. You know why? Because it has this. This piece of crap. This is, when I think of Nintendo 64, unless it's Star Fox, Diddy Kong Racing, or one of the Mario games, this is the kind of muddied mess that I think about for 64. And to be fair, I think about pretty much for this generation of consoles. It's this ugly looking hexagonal, octagonal, low polygon count, muddy, nasty looking. That is that generation right there. For me. That's just, I can't get it out of my head. That is the representation of that generation. And I don't fault them because you have to have that generation. You got to walk before you can run. Atari was the same thing. Atari, these were concepts. This was proving out the concept of three-dimensional gaming. Atari was proving out two-dimensional gaming. Very raw, very, very ugly, very basic, not incredibly great to look at. Representation of what real life was kind of like in general. The thrill of it was just having an interactive system in your house. That was the thrill. That was the whatever. Nintendo was the, I don't want to say the art. It was the development, or I can't remember the word that came to my mind. The incarnation, I guess. I don't know. I can't think of it. It was a good word for it. But it took it and it actually made it palatable. It made it something more than just the concept. It took it from concept it executed, and it executed well. And then I would say Super Nintendo made it an art form. It took very basic, sprites, and it found ways to make the colors richer and make them more complicated. I'm not saying the other ones aren't art. I'm just saying it embellished on it. It was the polish of the two-dimensional game system. And so 64 is a necessary step. The PlayStation was a necessary step, but it was ugly. It was a proof of concept. And then systems like the PlayStation 2, the GameCube, even though it didn't do so well, and then I guess the Xbox 360. Anyway, I probably just stepped all over anybody who's any more than like 2 years younger than me, but that's okay. Let's see. They removed the Rexar and Misha campaigns from Frozen Throne. No. Wait, Misha? What's Misha? I know Rexar is, but that's the whole Frozen Throne. Why was Rexar campaign left out of Reforged? It has been plagued by persistent bugs and glitches. Okay, all right. Which made it players for... Okay. So it was not intentionally excluded. It just sucks so bad that they can't actually finish the campaigns. Okay, well, I mean, that's... Okay, what do they call it? Malice versus incompetence? It's preferable, to whatever extent, that it's incompetence versus malice. Like, oh, they decided Rexar was problematic because he wears fur or something, some stupid thing like that. That's what I was afraid it was going to be, that he was decided to be, his treatment of the animals. I mean, he was a nice guy. I don't know. I'd rather it be just but it doesn't make it any different. Like, you still can't play the campaign apparently. So, okay. But they didn't remove it. They just sucked at including it. They might have implemented them in the meantime, but I doubt it. They dropped it for the future development on the game like a hot potato after that bad reception. Yeah, that's that. Sunken cost. That's what it's called. Sunken cost fallacy. But they don't have that. They had the opposite of that. Like, there was nothing compelling them whatsoever to continue pumping money into a game that was so maligned by pretty much everybody. I mean, it genuinely felt like it was about the quality of the content and gameplay. Yep. PS2 is one of the best consoles ever. I actually just added a 3 terabyte hard drive on mine, and now I have the entire library. Oh, damn. So wait, Carlos, do you have I know on the Super Nintendo, there's a cartridge that has an SD slot so that you can actually play emulations directly on the actual system. Is that what you have on the PlayStation? Well, I mean, you said an external hard drive, so I guess you can hook up. I don't know the PlayStation all that well, but you can hook up a hard drive and just play the ROMs right off the hard drive, which is, I mean, that's crazy. And especially if you have all of them, because those aren't small. Like, Nintendo, what was it, 40 kilobytes, I think, was the max capacity for most early Nintendo games, if not all of them. And then you had to have an expansion deal to make it more than that. Kilobytes, folks. Kilobytes. 40 kilobytes. And the Super Nintendo was megabytes. But the PlayStation, that's 2 generations removed. That was freaking... games were probably 2 megabytes? Because it played Blu-ray. So I think they were burning on a Blu-ray. They could be 20 gigabytes, right? Average size. I guess that's why you needed 3 terabytes. But still, 3 terabytes, 6,000 games or 4,000 games. I don't know. Average game size, file size of a PS2 game. That's the dumbest statement. Yeah, 2.3. Okay, that's a lot different. Okay, I thought it was 20. I was like, why else would you be... It could play Blu-ray, but I guess they weren't necessarily burning to Blu-ray. Because Blu-rays, that usually you're dealing with like 25 gigabyte files. Okay, so 2.3 gigabytes. Okay, yeah. On 3 terabytes, that math probably works out. I'm not questioning you. I just like to connect the dots. So we'll just say 2 times 3,900. Well, I don't know how you divide that. I don't know why I even bothered. But it's saying 7,000, which, yeah, it would make sense. But whatever. Yeah, a ton of games on there. But really, Carlos? I had no idea that you were in love with the PlayStation. No idea. You can use that in itself to teach children to be critical and scientific when dealing with history and think about history being a reproduction of a perspective. Okay, there you go. And that's probably the best lesson you could get from it. You could do a source analysis of what a game is based on and then think about what and why elements were added or why things are depicted the way they are in the game. There you go. Okay. But very nice question. I hope I could do it justice. Yeah. So, I mean, what it sounds like, is really the complaint. Like it's contrary to the complaint that I have of the school system. And it may have always been that way, at least in America. I think at one point it wasn't, but it's become that way now. They're not teaching you how to think. It's teaching you what to think. Memorize these facts because these are what we're telling you to memorize, and regurgitate them. And that makes you smart, and that makes you educated, and don't question what we tell you. What we tell you is truth because we say it's truth. Whereas that is almost the exact opposite. Like if anything, you're teaching them, okay, not necessarily saying this is the wrong account, but look, like you're saying, exactly. I think that's a great answer. Like critically think about it and go, okay, could be right, could be wrong, but we are able to identify a plethora of very strong reasons why the people making this game would have used a certain source for their stuff or why they would portray it in this way versus another way. And then, I mean, you can go even deeper and just see, okay, and then see what other, like what other campaigns, like what do the other campaigns look like that were, involving different armies, or what other games have they made and how are those portrayed? And, you can go into a deep dive with it. But I think that is ideal, where it's not even necessarily, I guess, for lack of a word, crossing the I or dotting the I's and crossing the T's when it comes to history. It's, you learn it, or you learn various sources, but you learn that there are different sources. You learn that this one version very rarely is going to be the other. I think you said it great. And that's very encouraging because, again, it's almost the opposite. It's telling them how to teaching them how to think, how to be critical, how to research, how to dig deep, how to look at something, I don't want to say skeptically, but analytically and scientifically, and going, okay, let's just say we're not going to take this at face value. No matter what it is, no matter what the source is, we're not taking it at face value. We're going to try to verify it and figure out, and look at historical context, look at what was going on. Because there's stuff I know, stuff that was said and done in 2020 that was just considered gospel or was run with, and for a myriad of really spectacular reasons that nowadays people question, people look back, people, and it's fine now, but you couldn't do it back then. Because the way the culture was, because, the way that everything was, oh no, it's all this and it's this one way. And oh, this is what actually went down. And it was like, you couldn't question it, couldn't ask about it, couldn't say anything about it. That was it. It was gospel. So if you look at, historically, you look at that and you go, well, 5 years later, people were saying this and doing this. And it was revealed that there were plenty of people saying no and counter narrative and everything. But anyway, I'm not trying to specify a particular event or anything. I'm just saying, I think, in many ways, the world went very draconian between like 2019 and 2022, 2023. And so, but historically, you look at it and go, okay, what came out of there? And I told them, I said, don't bother shooting video, because we were trying to shoot B-roll for my old job. I was like, don't shoot B-roll with people with their masks on. That's stupid. It's going to age poorly. It's going to look stupid. It's going to date it. Like, this is not the new norm. Like, society is not going to live with masks strapped to their faces in perpetuity. This is going to look very, very stupid in a very short amount of time. And if nothing else, it's going to date it and age it. And it just looks dumb. It's like you're missing 3/4 of the person's face because you got the hair. You're blocking off everything but the eyes. And the eyes are the windows of the soul. But, depending on what the haircut is, you don't even see the eyebrows. It's stupid. Like, don't do it. Don't waste your time with it. Wait until, and either we need to shoot it with the masks off, which, Hollywood could get away with it, or just wait until like life gets back to normal. But I remember people saying, this is the new normal. Like, this is the way it's going to be. And this is the way it has to be because, and it's like, no, you idiot. This is, come on, man. Whatever. Anyway, but it is, I mean, it does date it. So, but you can look and like, you can tell just by looking at something. Oh, now granted, I just saw a news clip and there's somebody in an interview, like within the past 2 days, wearing a freaking mask. You know what? To each their own, but for the most part, it's very isolated in time. And you can go, okay, grains of, bring out your grains of salt when it comes to what was being said at this particular time in history. But yes, I think you answered it very nice. And I would say to my satisfaction, which is the most important thing. It doesn't matter how accurately you answered it. It's whether or not I liked your answer or not. And I liked your answer because I think it's teaching the right things. How dare you? PS1 was amazing. PS stands for piece of. It was a POS1 is what it was. The big and mighty poo. Don't give me the heart, Baldric. Don't you dare. You take that heart back. No, I am. That is not a heart. That is a great. Was that a greater than? That's a lesser than and a 3. It's a lesser than sign and a 3. You're saying the big and mighty poo is less than the number 3. That's what that says. I refuse to pretend that you loved that. God, that was how history is taught is indeed dependent on the political situation of the country. I also had the PS1 and enjoyed it a lot. And what was so cool about the PS2 was that you could play PS1 right backwards compatibility. And that's the thing. Look, I would never classify myself as a Nintendo fanboy. I'm very conditional when it comes to products. I liked Nintendo because it gave me what I wanted. When it stops giving me what I want, I don't like Nintendo anymore. I can still like the consoles. This entire room and outside is like almost nothing but Nintendo stuff. Screenshots and posters and everything from Nintendo. Because for that period of time, they made things that I really liked and really gelled with and really appreciated. But I was never a Nintendo fanboy because it was not just, oh, this is a Nintendo, therefore I like it. It's, okay, it's a Nintendo. Mario World looks freaking awesome. I want an NBA Jam and F-Zero. Its launch library was enough for me to go, I want the Super Nintendo. I got off on that tangent. I don't know. But all that to say, I could say, you goobers, why, I liked the cartridges. I like those better than discs just because I just like the feel, the look, and especially I like the mechanics of the Nintendo. I understand that that's what made it so fickle and why you could have so many problems with it because you're pushing the game in and then you're pushing it down. Now, they didn't have that problem in Japan with the Famicom, or Europe, actually. You guys, I think, had the Famicom too. It was a top loader. You didn't have nearly the amount of problems that we did here in the States, but it was a cool looking system and it was cool to push it in and then push it down and close the flap. It was a really cool process. You were engaging with the system. It was brilliant. It was gorgeous. And we have never had it since. But, maybe the original PlayStation 2 was as close because it had the slide out. I would love to find that. The original chunky PlayStation 2 where you push the button and it actually ejects the tray and you put the versus when I owned it briefly, I had the kind where you tap the button. It was a mechanical thing. It wasn't an electronic, you just push the button and the top flapped up. It was the slim. So again, a smaller profile, less chance of breaking. You'd have to worry about repairing the drawer or whatever. But I've got a Sony DVD Blu-ray player from I think 15 years ago now, and the thing still runs like a champ. So I think it would be fine. But I would love to have that. But that was the closest we got to mechanical interaction where it was cool. It was taking in the game and it was processing it. But Nintendo not making the jump to CD, that killed the N64. That was almost solely responsible from both a customer perception of CD was it. CD was the new thing. CDs were cool. CDs were hip. And from a development standpoint, they were just a crap ton better. You could store so much more. They were easier to write to. You didn't have as much proprietary crap to run through. So Nintendo not doing that was a big mistake. And then they were like, okay, finally the GameCube will do it. We're gonna little discs. They had to jump through hoops to make their games backwards compatible. The Wii is backwards compatible, not the Wii U. The Wii is backwards compatible with the GameCube, but that's not backwards compatible with the N64. Nintendo has zero retro capabilities other than the Wii to the GameCube and I guess the Wii U to the Wii. So that is the extent. And unfortunately, those are the Wii sold very well, but ultimately it sold because it was a casual product. It was sold to a lot of people that weren't necessarily gamers. Personally, I resent the fact that both those systems actually have good games on them because I don't want to play them. I have them, but I don't like remote and everything and the control pad. Just give me a freaking controller, normal controller like the PlayStation people got. So all that to say, I did envy, even though Nintendo was my system and I would say on average is still, as it is pretty much the only system I own. You saw a lot of missteps and a lot of bummer up to and including the freaking Switch too. That was a huge. It would have been a bigger disappointment if I was really counting on buying it, but I was pretty much going, I think between my age and what I've got going on in my life, financial situation, the Switch 2 probably is not going to come into focus for several years at least. And then I can get the OLED model if I really want it. But I don't like anything Nintendo is doing. I don't like the getting away from physical media. And charging, like the whole lie was, hey, if we go digital, we can cut down on because we don't have to create the cartridge. We don't have to have distribution. We don't got to pay for the planes or the trains or the automobiles. We don't got to pay for none of that. We can just export it. It's like a zero sum. We pay to make the game. We pay our people, and then once it's done, it's like free because it's just a bunch of zeros and ones. So we can sell it for dirt cheap. Oh no, wait, we're gonna jack up the price by $30 freaking dollars or $20 or whatever it is, while it's digital only. Like that alone torpedoed the Switch 2 for me. Like like I said, I think most of my Switch games can be played without the internet, without anything. There's enough of the game on there. It may not have the latest update, but it can still be played. And even then, I can back everything up onto the SD card. And if I were to get another Switch, I can activate the card, put the information on there, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, all the downloads and everything will still be there. So even if I can't re-download stuff, it'll be on there. I can't have it on both switches, two switches at the same time, but like I can keep it going. Anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about all that. Bottom line is, yeah, man, you PlayStation folks had it good. I mean, that, like I said, that generation, there was no such thing as a good looking game back there. Just to be clear, says Carlos, which means he's about to say something ridiculous. Just to be clear, I have a large PS2 collection, but the fact that I don't have, okay, this is not ridiculous. I thought he was going to say something about PlayStation being the best ever. I have a large PlayStation 2 collection, but the fact that I don't have to use the actual disc and not put wear on the system is why I went that route. Fair enough. I would never steal. I totally understand, Carlos. I totally understand. And that is a good and noble reason to do that. I'm glad you made that clear. Michael Bailey, tired? Hey, you hung in there, I think, even longer than before. I think last time it was around 6 o'clock my time that you were like kind of worn down. But I mean, you have an early morning tomorrow, right? Are you still working? Crapola, what was the job? It's retail, right? It's a really early morning retail, I think. It's not Walmart, is it? But anyway, but yeah, I mean, you might have an early rise, but in any case, I mean, we're about 8 minutes. I'm going to wind it down. We won't be going late tonight. But I'm with you. I'm with you, Carlos. I don't go in for the pirating. My only beef with the system as it is, I don't like. It's the same thing with DVDs, Blu-rays, whatever. I've given you my money. As long as I'm not distributing. Now, if I were to say, let's say I buy a Blu-ray, well, which this doesn't even work either, because a brand new Blu-ray versus a used one, there's a price difference. So you're not really getting it. But like if I would have just bought a bunch of like what people were doing this, and I think it's kind of scuzzy. But when Redbox was around, I think that's why I think Redbox is gone now. When Redbox was around, people would rent a video from Redbox, burn it, rip it, own it for $1 or however much. I think it was $1 initially for the rentals. And then they owned it. And they didn't need to rent it anymore. And then, they return it, but they ripped all the information off of it. So I don't go in for that. I don't go in for buying it and then reselling it on eBay and holding on to the digital copy. I'm like, look, if I buy it and it's more convenient for me to watch it off of a flash drive and I still have the physical copy, I'm simply watching it on a flash drive instead of on my computer, instead of watching it on a DVD player in the bedroom. I'm only watching one copy. I'm not giving it out to people. I should be allowed to do that. And people are like, well, that's technically, against the terms of service. Well, screw you. Like, I bought it. I own it. And like it doesn't change your bottom line at all. It's just how I choose to process it. But yet you've got all this ridiculous copyright on there and, it can't work on here and it can't do this. It's like, I bought the damn thing. Same thing with video games, like what you're talking about. No, I'm not going to dump a bunch of ROMs on a drive that I don't own. I own 3,000 Nintendo games. No, I own 40, I think, Nintendo games. And yeah, if I see fit to get ROMs so that I'm not, because my Nintendo is going to crap out at some point and I'm not selling them, I'm not distributing them, I'm just putting them on there. I don't know why it's Nintendo's business concern or why, what moral dilemma there would be in that. Now, I haven't done it, but like you said, it's, they got my money. I paid for this product. I'm not using it against anything. I'm not selling it for my own personal use. It don't make no sense. But it's all, ever since school, I remember school, it's always punish the kids who behave because you got one or two jackasses that ruin it for everybody. I can't tell you how many recesses we missed, how many parties. We were supposed to have like a popcorn pizza party on Friday, and we didn't because Jackass 1 and Jackass 2 wouldn't shut up while we were taking the test. And instead of the teacher just identifying and saying, okay, here's two jackasses that don't know how to behave, and saying, all right, you guys will sit out because, that's too complicated and, their parents might complain or whatever bullcrap reason it was. No party for anybody. And that's what we have here, because there are people who just, for no, like right now you could say, there's people out there saying, I'm not saying these arguments are valid, but, people talk about game preservation and they talk about all these different things to justify. There are people that are just going, I want a thing for free. I don't want to have to pay for it. And they'll say, well, it's so crappy that I'm just going to pirate it. And it's like, well, if it's that crappy, you shouldn't want to play it. And if it is not crappy, you need to give money to the devs so that they can continue to make games that you don't think are crappy. But because there are people now, I will say this, I don't think 90% of what we're going through right now, just like in the overseas, they're like, what is it? I don't know if it's every country. I know in the UK, it's like you need to sign in because we're trying to protect the children. Bull crap. It's too selective to be true. There's plenty of stuff out there that is getting a blind eye that's not good for kids. It's not safe for kids. But it has nothing to do with kids. But it's the pretense. It's about safety. It's not about safety. It's about control. And it's about money. It's always about control and money. So anyway, that's my little soapbox there. So I don't buy it. But that's the thing. It's not about piracy. It's rarely about piracy. It's about control and giving more access to you, to your information, to know more of what you're doing, and that you own less of it. And they don't want you to own that. They want you to be dependent. That's the whole thing. Subscription service. Subscription is dependence. That is what it is. And I use Adobe. Adobe is subscription. It hasn't been, you have not been able to buy Premiere or Photoshop in, I don't know how many years now. It's subscribe. You are dependent upon us for what you need. We want you to be dependent on us. And if we jack up the price, you're dependent on us. That means you have to eat it. You can't just choose, well, no, I'm not going to get the new version. I'm okay with the old one. They don't want that. That's not okay with them. They want to be able, so everything they do is moving us towards the end result that they want, which is full dependence on them and an inability to have, market competition or anything like that. So they don't like retro stuff. They don't like the fact that you can play things that they can't take away from you. It's, it's pretty messed up. So I don't know. I don't know where that leaves us, but, well, we've been all over the place, and I did talk about what I was going to talk about for a good, 5 minutes. So I call that a win. But really, I think that's all that needed to be said. Retcons are, they're not, I'm not going to say they're inherently lazy, but I think once you've put out material, and like I said, Tolkien did this. The first edition of The Hobbit, Bilbo actually was given the ring by Gollum for winning the riddle contest. Gollum gave it up freely. The ring was not the One Ring. It was a trinket, a magical trinket that made Bilbo invisible. That was it. That was the extent of what the ring was in The Hobbit. When Tolkien decided he wanted to incorporate this children's story into The Lord of the Rings and tie that in, he had to retcon The Hobbit. So the later editions changed that. Now, to his credit, but also to, I would say, condemnation, he changed, he only changed the how the riddle thing went down. He made it where Gollum was trying to kill him and was going to use the ring to do it, and to make it so that, because otherwise, like, the whole thing about the ring is nobody can give it up freely. So he can't say that and then just have Smeagol give it over. So instead of going, okay, how can I, either that story just doesn't tie over because it doesn't make no sense, or what is the minimum I can do to change in The Hobbit that will allow it to dovetail with Lord of the Rings and be a part of that? And so he had to fundamentally change how that went down in order to make it work. Whereas I would say, but yet did not change the fact that when Bilbo put the ring on, he did not have the experience that Frodo did. Or in theory, anybody who uses the ring, which is you have that fading element because it's another dimension, essentially. It's another plane that you are perceiving and that you are becoming a part of. That's why if you use it enough times, you do become ethereal. You don't start off that way. You're just peering into this other dimension, but everything here becomes a little less saturated, becomes a little less visible, and you see clearly in this other dimension. Now, granted, you wouldn't see ring wraiths and you wouldn't see the Eye of Sauron because they didn't exist at the time, or they weren't around, they weren't functioning, but Bilbo still should have seen that. When he put the ring on, there should have been a change in his perception. And you could say, well, it didn't because Sauron's power wasn't there. Well, you could say in the same breath that the pull of the ring, the effect of the ring, also was diminished because Sauron wasn't in power. And so it makes sense that Smeagol would have given it away because the ring didn't have its full draw power going because Sauron was diminished. There's other ways to do it where you could have kept the story as it was and still factored it in. I think it would have been cool. Honestly, I'm just throwing this out there. I don't think anybody cares. I'm winding it down now. But like, how cool would it have been? In my own headcanon, people are just going, you're trying to improve on Tolkien. You can't do that. And I understand that. I'm not saying this would have made the story better. I'm just saying you could have also had it be where there were actually 10 rings made for mortal men. 9 of them were seduced by it. 9 of them crumbled. But just as Aragorn was an exception in the modern time, maybe Aragorn's ancient ancestor also kind of bucked the trend and was like, no, I'm not giving into this. And he tried to fight back, got chased down and got killed. But he had one of the lesser rings. It wasn't the One Ring. It was just one of the rings, and it gave you long life and made you invisible. That was his particular ring. And so, him being shot and losing the ring or whatever that Smeagol eventually finds, it gives him the long life and the invisibility, which doesn't disturb the canon, doesn't disturb what Bilbo experienced. He had long life and that, but it wasn't the One Ring. And so Gollum could give it away because even though it probably looked really nice and was really cool, it was something he was willing to gamble with to get a free meal or to get a meal. And that way you have a little more ancestry from Aragorn's part. Maybe he doesn't know that fact. He doesn't know what happened to his ancestry. He doesn't know that he was one of the few who actually did resist because he didn't have the One Ring. It was one of the 10. And so it's now the missing ring. There are 9 ring wraiths. There's a missing ring. And Smeagol had it, and Bilbo ends up with it. And then Frodo, actually, in a sense of irony, who lost both his parents in a boating accident, Frodo is the one who gets dragged down and discovers the One Ring, and is then, which, I mean, you could say that's a little too much, where it's 2 rivers, and maybe. Anyway, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying there are ways that could have gone about it that left The Hobbit alone and didn't require a retcon, didn't require Bilbo to do, to change all of that. I think it's a bummer, at the very least, when people do not respect, once you publish it, once you put it out there, that's the story. And as they say in the olden days, it's my story and I'm sticking to it. We got way too many stories now where they don't stick to it. They just change it on a whim because it's not convenient, because they didn't think it through, because it's more convenient, or, it's like, no, just like in real life, things happened. Things like, I am who I am because things happen. Would it be nice if I could go back and retcon certain aspects and come out differently? Great. Yes, it would be nice, but that's not something I have. And I think the further we get away from that, the less integrity the characters and the stories have, the less viable, the less potent and the less appreciated they are. At least, well, appreciated is a little bit, but I think the less viable they are, because it could be anybody, anytime, anything. It can change in a whim. The book that comes out, J.R.R. Martin could release tomorrow he could release of Ice and Fire, whatever the book is that everybody's waiting on. He could release that and retcon half of what happened in his original books, because that's what we do now. We retcon things. We change things because we don't like where we ended up with the story, instead of finding a creative way to bring them together, or, God forbid, just going, okay, well, that's life. I really would have liked to have been done it this way, but that's not the way the story is going. So either I need to kind of go the long way to bring the character around to a place where I can do that, or I have to think of another story, or find a different way to advance the story in order to retain the integrity of my work and the understanding of the audience that these characters and stories are not going to change when I just think, oh, I got a better story. It came up with something new. It's not a refreshable thing. And if it is, then just don't expect me to care about your characters or your stories, because who knows if you're going to change them the next time you write something or not. Consistency is important. That's my point. Anyway, if you're still out there, Michael, Inu, and Baldric, and Carlos, if you're still there as well. Thank you all for joining me, sticking around, having a chat. It's been great. And to everybody who was there earlier, again, I know most people are on the tail end of their day, so I appreciate all the discussion we got to have for the time that we had it. And it is now time for me to say farewell, close this out, and I will talk to you next time. Perhaps we'll go and change things up, go do a little bit of throwback, and if I can get Denise and Beowulf, if I can finesse the scheduling and everything, perhaps we'll do a little Eternals playing and get those experts in to help us figure out what we're doing, what we're supposed to do, and why probably whatever I've been doing or would have been doing is not the right thing to do. But we'll see about that as we go along. But take care.